Good evening. This is the Walpole Zoning Board of Appeals. Tonight is Wednesday, November 6th, and with us tonight we have Tim Hegler, Judy Conroy, Drew Delaney. I'm John Lee. We've got Dave Anderson, Mark Major, and a new board member, Shane D'Entremont. We also have with us Lauren Mikulski from the Zoning Board of Appeals and Patrick Deschaines from Community and Economic Development. Okay, the first case we have is case number 20-25 for Walsh Brothers Company for 300 Main Street. This is an agreed remand public hearing for a special permit under section 11 of the zoning bylaws to allow construction of a single-family dwelling in an area designated as a floodplain. So on this, this has been before the zoning board at least 3 times. It's been denied 3 times. And with the advice of town council, we were looking at a remand, and town council suggested that we meet and discuss it with the applicant. We had a meeting with town council, and attending the meeting was board member Judy Conroy and myself. What we did was we talked about the existing bylaw and how the bylaw in some cases allows construction in a floodplain, and we also had a number of conditions that the zoning board had put on the previous decision that was denied. So we discussed it, and we now have 9 points that we went over from the zoning board's point and also from the applicant's point that seemed like we could come to an agreement on this. So that's my take on it. Judy, you were at the meeting. Do you have anything to add on that?
No, it was pretty amicable, and I think everybody seemed to be happy with what was presented, the points are here.
I see the applicant said, do you want to make any comments or add anything to that?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair. The only thing I would add is Robert Truax for Truax Engineering Group. The only thing I would add is we did make a revision to the plan as requested out of that meeting. If people should be aware, we raised the driveway and the garage floor. There's a concern there was a dip in the garage driveway to allow the flooding to happen, so we raised that up, so now the driveway is a positive pitch to the roadway. So just something to add.
Okay. And that was one of the concerns. Building in a floodplain clearly is not something good zoning or good zoning boards would allow, but based on our town bylaw, this seems to be a exception where it can be done. So modifications have been made to the plan, and it appears that, at least from my perspective on the board, it's as good as we're going to get, and you're also agreeable to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Good. Is there anybody here from the public that wants to speak on the 300 Stone Street case? Yes. Why don't you come up to the microphone, please, identify yourself and...
Hi, my name's Joanne Pask, and I live in Delapon Village there. And I've lived in Walpole off and on for the past 40 years. Anyways, I remember times when things would flood and Stone Street would be closed, and you had to go to Common to come down, and of course the big flood. The stream that's currently there to come off from Clark Pond, there's no way that can be blocked. That's what that can still proceed through this land?
Yes, it can, and they've designed it so that the water flows around the proposed house. Yes.
Okay, so that won't be blocked or anything? We don't have
No.
to worry about a backup or?
Nope, there'll still be 2 spillways from Clark's Pond.
From Clark's Pond, okay. I know, I'm just concerned about that getting blocked.
Okay.
Even though they say they're not going to do it, things happen.
Yeah, no, it's not being blocked.
Okay.
I hope that answered your question. Anybody else have a question or comment? Yes.
Mary Daly, a set of 393 Stone Street. I guess I'm not considered an abutter because I'm not within 300 feet. So the first I heard of it was the local newspaper that has the notice for today's meeting. I'll just go back and correct you for 1 second. At the beginning, you said 300 Main Street.
Sorry, 300 Stone Street.
Thank you. So my concerns are, that's a blind S-curve in the road there. And I want to know what's going to be done for safety's sake in terms of people. That's kind of a cut-through for a shortcut for avoiding downtown, coming to and from downtown. As well, the nature area there, we know it's under Conservation Commission. I'm the one who asked recently and was able to get them to put up the turtle crossings. So we have a whole wildlife area concern there. I just want you to speak to that, please.
Okay, so I'll address the first one on, it's what we call site distance. And for a single-family home with an existing lot, they don't have to meet any site distance requirements, even though, and usually it's measured off in like 200 feet for site distance, but that doesn't apply here. And as far as the wildlife, although we all care about the wildlife, what we're looking at is the zoning issues and the lot. So that's not under the zoning board's purview.
So does this go back to Conservation Commission after you've finished with it?
Do you know where it stands with conservation, or is there?
I don't, yeah, it's all approved right now, but I don't believe you need to go back at this point. No,
Conservation already reviewed and approved the plan.
yeah.
So it's been approved by conservation.
Yeah, I couldn't get a hold of them today. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on 300 Stone Street? And thank you for the correction on the address. Okay. Board members, any questions or comments on this? And it'll be the 5 regular board members that would be voting on this. So, okay. So, Patrick, I'm just going to do this as a regular decision.
Yeah, I would similar, vote to close the public hearing if that's what the applicant wants, and then go through the conditions of approval.
Okay. So, do you want to close the hearing at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay. So at the request of the applicant, does somebody want to make a motion to close case number 20-25 for 300 Stone Street? Okay. Moved by Dave.
Second.
Second by Drew. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor on closing the case, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion to approve case number 20-25 for 300 Stone Street with the 9 conditions outlined in the agreed remand hearing paper that we have for the special permit under section 11(3)B?
So moved.
Moved by Dave,
Second.
second by Drew. Any further discussion on this? Okay. Okay,
Have a question. Is the public allowed to see what the 9 conditions are?
sure. You know what, I'll read the 9 conditions. That's appropriate. Okay, so these are the conditions. The first one, property owner shall record the decision with the county registry of deeds and provide a copy to the Walpole Building Department. 2, the project shall be built according to the plan as titled Site Development Plan, Lot 2, 300 Stone Street, Walpole, Mass., dated December 17th, 2019, and revised September 23rd, 2024, prepared by GLM Engineering Consultants. 3, the proposed dwellings, garage, and driveway shall be raised to an elevation of not less than 177 feet. That's 170 feet above sea level. 4, a foundation drain shall be required. The drain should discharge to daylight near the end of the proposed the grass swale. 5, the driveway detail should be included showing roundings going into the site. The apron shall be graded to the street to keep the gutter water in the roadway. 6, the applicant shall grant town an access easement around the perennial stream head wall and stream bed for future maintenance. The exact details of this location of the easement shall be determined between the applicant and the town engineering department. The applicant shall provide an easement plan and the town will be responsible for the conveyance documents. If the applicant has a title search for the lot, it should be provided as part of the process. And that actually ties into the question about, I think it was your question, about making sure that this stays open for water flow. Number 7, as referenced within the project's order of conditions dated March 26, 22, from the Conservation Commission, the stormwater grass swale and sediment basin shown in the approved plan along the northerly property boundary shall be maintained by the property owners by cleaning out the sediment accumulation when it reaches 25% of the capacity of the basin and swale. Number 8, site clearing shall not take place prior to the issuance of a building permit. And finally, number 9, the proposed dwelling shall have its furnace elevated off the basement floor to a height adequate for the avoidance of any potential damage from flooding. Okay. So what we're trying to do is protect whatever goes in there in the future, recognizing that it is in a floodplain. Okay, so that's the 9 points that we have agreed to, also by the applicant. It's been moved and seconded. Does anybody have any other comments? Okay. All those in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, so it passes 4-1. Okay, next case is case number 24-17 for 112 Providence Highway. This is the Chick-fil-A, and it's for a modification of case number 24-10 for a previously issued variance under section 75C6 of the Walpole zoning bylaws. This modification seeks to amend that decision to include one additional wall sign in addition to the previously approved 4 wall signs on the front southeast elevation measuring 26 by 12 square feet. Okay. So, good evening. Do you want to explain what you're proposing and the relief you're requesting?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Jim Herney. I'm Director of Communications for Anchor Sign. I live in beautiful Charleston, South Carolina. I normally would tell you that it was 80 degrees in Charleston. It's cold here, but it was 80 here. So I'm originally from this area. I grew up in southern New Hampshire, went to college down here in Norton, Mass. So it's nice to get back up here. Before, Mr. Chairman, before I start, when I was up here previously in the summer, I realized I took for granted that maybe not everyone had a chance to have Chick-fil-A or has eaten Chick-fil-A before. In the South, in Charleston in particular, we've got a Chick-fil-A on almost every corner. It is an amazing experience. The food is great. So not to influence anything, but after the decision, there are some sandwiches and nuggets in here. The closest, of course, the closest location is about 9 miles away in traffic. It's going to be great to have one here. But there's 3 original chicken sandwiches. Those are my favorite. Absolutely. There's 2 spicy. Those are good. And then some people like healthy. There's grilled. There's 2 grilled sandwiches in there. That's not my favorite. But then there are also some nuggets. And I have some Chick-fil-A sauce in there because there's just nothing better. So enjoy for later. That's for y'all. And it's staying warm. Now, our request. Chick-fil-A, as we have at our other locations, traditionally has a welcome sign as part of the business. And it's routed aluminum, non-illuminated, right near the opening of the main doors, and it's welcome friends and neighbors, and then it has the city, so it'll say East Walpole. Again, it's a small sign, it's right on the door as you enter in for the community, and it is non-illuminated. It takes up about, if I look here correctly, about 1.8% of the total elevation. So it's a small routed aluminum. And I do apologize. We originally, this would have been brought up back in June when we were here last. This has been a change by Chick-fil-A. It's a request for the community, their first time here. So hopefully there'll be, the board can see the need from the community standpoint, and happy to answer any questions. But I do want to say one more time that it is a non-illuminated sign. And as you know, at Chick-fil-A, the signs are never on a Sunday, so it's while there are a few on the building, they're only up there 6 days a week, for what it's worth. So, thank you.
Okay, so in this case, you're asking for a variance. The standard for a variance is quite high. So you need to explain why this rises to a level for a variance, because what we're doing is basically going around the bylaws that the people of Walpole have said that's what they expect.
Sure, and so in our previous variance, we talked about safety. Safety was the number one issue for those additional signs, the signs on the rear facing the highway on that side. Absolutely important. This does not fit what I would typically call a safety hardship or the building's design or where the building sits hardship. This is more of an effort for the community, and I don't know if that meets the standard of the board, but it's a welcome message. It won't bring commerce to the building. It's nothing more than the name of the city and welcome on the outside of the building. And it is a standard of the Chick-fil-A building signage package. So that, Mr. Chairman, I can't say makes a great case for a hardship. Just from an honest standpoint, it's the request of the company to have that similar to the other buildings in the area and the other Chick-fil-A's across the nation. That best I can make case for that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Do any board members have any questions on this?
I have one, Mr. Chair. So the reason that this wasn't brought up originally when you came before us the last time was?
Chick-fil-A runs an amazing ship, and their building designs are set through the system. We then provide the code and the signs that can fit on it. They did not originally have this as part of their effort. Now, as you know, Chick-fil-A we do all the work, even though we're in Charleston, we do all of the Chick-fil-A's from New York City, from the Mid-Atlantic, including New York City, all of New England. Chick-fil-A has not typically had a great entry into the Boston market. It took some time. This is sort of their effort to move forward. This will be one of the first locations that will have this, if possible, and then the rest of the New England stores will also have the same thing. It's a dynamic that you have a southern company which doesn't have a presence in the Northeast, wanting to have sort of a welcome to the community effort. That's came to us late by Chick-fil-A. And we did let them know that the hardship case is hard to make, but it's sort of their effort now going forward. They do this in New York. They're going to start doing it here in the New England states as they move a little bit stronger into the area.
Okay. Any other board members?
Question, John?
Sure.
Could you, sir, it's sign number letter WM, so it's fairly close to the building itself?
Yes.
Am I looking at that correctly?
It'll look just like this.
Oh, okay.
So it's right, that's the sign.
Yeah.
And then you'll see it sits right by the entry to the door. It sits right there.
Okay.
So this has been part of the variance, but this is, again, just a welcome, and it's not illuminated. There'll be a goose tech lamp there.
Yep.
But it's all routed aluminum, so there's no,
Okay.
you've got it
I got it
there.
right here, okay, yeah, that's where it is,
Yep, I'll keep it
okay.
right there, yes.
Yep, thank you.
It's on the southeast elevation, on the front side.
Okay. Is there anybody from, any other board members? Is there anybody from the public that wants to comment on this case?
Get excited for Chick-fil-A. It's going to be great food. Come on.
Just a glass.
John, you cannot have a sandwich.
But I was here, so my name is John Glassa, and I live at 268 Fisher Street here in Walpole. And I was here the last time this gentleman was here, and after he left, I started thinking about it, and your question about the variance requirements. And if you think about it, or if you've been there, and I'm sure we've all been there, right? The Walpole Mall property is really long and narrow compared to other malls. It's not very deep from front to back, and it has multiple entrances. So, right, one off of Coney Street, and then at least 3 and maybe 4 off of Route 1. So if you think about it, and this actually happened to me when my wife called Five Guys. So go down to Five Guys and pick up, and I drove in there. Where the hell is Five Guys? But if you think about it, right, if you go somewhere, you're out on Route 20 heading to Fitchburg, and you decide, I want a hamburger. Well, when you see the little arches, you know, right? It's not like, you're not like looking for words, you're not looking for something, you see a symbol, right? And you pull right in. So I believe that the symbol, now I don't know about this sign tonight, but the symbol for Chick-fil-A makes it much more safe when you drive into the Walpole Mall if you're going to Chick-fil-A. You see the symbol, you know right where to go. It's over there, I'm gonna go down here, I'm gonna take a right, and I'm there. Without seeing the symbol, you're trying to read all the words, you're seeing, Joann's for the place, and you're seeing Kohl's, and you're driving around like this, trying to read words, and, that's how accidents happen, right? So my point is, I think that the dimensions of the property, right, of the Walpole Mall actually sort of do drive the allowance or that would allow you to grant the variance. I think it's the shape of the lot. It's long, narrow, therefore it has multiple entrances, making it a bit of a challenge to drive in there and find your destination. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
No mileage.
And just to be clear on, this isn't about the facade signs. This is a sign that it doesn't even say Chick-fil-A. This is a welcome friends and neighbors. So it's not the signs that you were describing, which we did approve last time because we recognized the issue with that. I'll also say that I'm not in favor of this variance. The applicant already said in his own words that it's not a safety hardship. He didn't explain the geography of the geology or the geography of the lot that makes it a hardship. We approved the last ones because we did recognize the need for the visual signs and the safety, but this one, at least to me, doesn't rise to that level. So, anybody else? Judy?
Now that it's been a little bit more explained to me, I don't really even consider this a sign. I consider this a piece of steel artwork or aluminum artwork that you could you might see, the brew pubs and all that on an inside area. I don't look at it as a sign. If it was just considered, I'm losing the word there, but if you did, would you be happy if you didn't light it with a gooseneck?
Sure. I mean, there is absolutely no Chick-fil-A branding on it. So we can have a gooseneck, we can also not have a gooseneck. The importance is for the community. And it is just aluminum with no Chick-fil-A. You couldn't be more spot on. So if the gooseneck wasn't a part of it, that would be just fine.
It's not whether it has a gooseneck, it's that it's a sign on the wall. The building inspector said that, you've been approved for the other signs, but not approved for this sign, and that's why they're back here. And I know we had one of our board members, Bob Fitzgerald, he had concerns that even in the last time, he didn't feel that the level was reached for the variance, and he voted against it. It still passed. Part of it was that I know the need for the visual safety aspect of the signs, but this doesn't reach it's not a safety issue. It's a sign, it's not a branding sign. It says welcome to, it just says welcome friends and neighbors, so.
And just, Mr. Chairman, in reading the code, the definition of a sign, I only see it as directory signs, wall signs, blade signs, ground signs, and awning signs, but there's no qualification of what is a sign and what isn't. Does a sign have to have branding? So
A sign is anything that's posted on the outside of the building. And that's why you're here, because the building inspector said that that's a sign, and.
Mr. Chair, I won't speak for the building commissioner, but having talked to him a little bit before, I mean, I think it has to do with it being affixed to the building. So there's like a difference, like Judy brought up, is this a sign, or is this kind of like steel art? So it's really not our or my determination, it'd be Jim Crowley's determination, the building commissioner, but public art, or like even like paintings, like murals, that's not considered signage. I know this isn't a mural, but just to give you an example, that would be something that would be not the same definition, because it's not affixed to the building with hardware or anything like that. So I think that's the general determination.
And the last question, I just, again, reading the code in front of me, there is something listed as an incidental sign, but there isn't a definition for that. So, again, I understand where the board's going to be. Mr. Chairman, I completely understand your position. I'm just wondering, can this fit in a different area? I think it's important to have it for the community.
Sure.
Does it fit?
Do you want an answer? Just inside the building. If it's not on the outside wall, that's why you're here, because it's on the exterior wall.
You're right, and I was just wondering if a sign like this is not your traditional channel letters, does it fit maybe whatever the definition is for an incidental sign, which is
Incidental
exempt?
would be
So-
more,
I can read that because it's a different section.
Okay,
So
perfect,
our
thank you.
definition section. So incidental sign is a small sign, emblem, or decal informing the public of goods, facilities, or services available on the premises. Example, credit card sign or sign indicating hours of business. So,
anybody else
Yeah,
on
gotcha.
this?
Thank you.
yeah, no, I think our determination really, our zoning determination would come from the building commissioner.
Totally get it.
Who is the zoning enforcement officer, so.
Yeah, no disagreement at all.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else on this? Okay, at this point, do you want to close the hearing? Okay. At the request of the applicant, does somebody want to make a motion to close case number 24-17 for 112 Providence Highway, Chick-fil-A?
So moved.
Moved by Judy,
Second.
second by Drew. Any further discussion on this is just to close the case. Any further discussion on that? Okay. Okay, all those in favor of closing the case, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay. Does somebody want to, at this point, we always make a motion in the affirmative, even if you might not agree with it, like I don't agree with it, but does somebody want to make a motion to approve case number 24-17 for the variance under section 75C6 of the zoning bylaws to allow a wall sign at the front southeast elevation measuring 26 by 12 square feet?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so, and does, okay, so that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Okay, okay. All those in favor of approving this variance, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed? Aye. How did you vote?
Affirmative.
Okay, okay, so it passes 4-1. Okay, okay.
I'll leave these over here.
You know, actually, I don't think it's appropriate that the zoning board have those, but anybody in the public, yeah, leave them for the public, and I love Chick-fil-A, so it's good food. Okay, okay. Good night. Okay, next case is case number 24-18 for 65 Moose Hill Road, a variance under section 6B1 of the Walpole zoning bylaws to allow relief of the minimum front yard setback within the Residence B zoning district. Applicant seeks to construct a new entryway as part of a larger home remodel. The front entryway will be within the minimum front yard setback at 28 feet. Is the applicant here for that? Okay, good. Okay, the way we do this is, if you want to walk us through and explain what you're proposing to do.
So basically what we're starting with, I don't know if you guys all have the plans in front of you, but trying to demo the second floor and redo the second floor, which isn't part of the variance. But along with that, I would like to correct the currently non-conforming stairs from the first floor to the second floor. They are all 8.5-inch tread depth, which is too small. To make them up to code and conforming, I can't go further into the house because that's where the main support beam is for the second floor. So the only way is to go out towards the street. I believe my house, according to the plot plan, is currently 32 feet off of the lot line. And it's kind of hard to read, but I really only need like about 1.5 feet, maybe close to 2 feet into, or inside the 30 feet, to make my stairs conforming and have a appropriate legal landing of the 3x3 plus the entryway for the 36-inch door. So that's my goal. There's no new foundation going in. It's a couple sonotubes to support the corners there. You know, I think that's it. To get the treads to 10 inches, I need to go out towards the street because I can't go the other way.
Okay, so from the last person that was here, we talked about a variance. So a variance is it's a high level to meet.
Yeah.
And can you explain why you need this relief? Is there something specific about the lot? I see in the plans the stairs, you explained that. Could you put the stairs on the other side of the house or something, or what are your other options on this? Or are there none?
I don't, with our sort of budget and everything there, I don't see another option without totally basically remodeling the first floor at the same time. The main reason I'm asking to go this way is because it, to me, is the quickest way to get it a safe set of stairs for newly walking 1-year-old child, and hopefully there's more on the way. But trying to make that transition up to his bedroom, my wife and I's bedroom, safer for us to travel up and down. And I don't know if I can do it any other way. I'm open to ideas if you guys see other ways, but I haven't been able to figure it out.
Board members, do you have any questions? Judy?
I'm looking at your, is it Andrew?
Andrew, yeah.
Andrew. I'm looking at your existing house. So you have a bay window there that you're going to keep,
Yes.
or,
That is above our driveway, which slopes down to the basement.
yep, okay. Because just for some history, we've had some of these come before us. You're already non-conforming, correct? You're
Not that I
already,
know
He is
of.
conforming, that's why he's seeking the variance.
I'm sorry?
He's conforming with the zoning currently.
He's conforming currently,
Yep.
so he wants to go into
The front setback.
the front setback to become non-conforming.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'll hold my question for now.
Okay.
Better rethink.
Anybody else from the board have any questions? Okay, is there anybody from the public or neighbors that want to comment on this proposal?
One question.
Yep.
Chair. Could you talk a little bit more about your safety concerns with the stairs? And obviously, if you need to extend them in order for the stairs to, be the right length, and, but has there been any problems with it or accidents or anything like that that could help us understand kind of why this is a only resort scenario?
It was, it didn't end up being a major thing, but while my wife was pregnant with our son, she did slip on the way down, just trying to put her foot down, caught her heel on, or went a little too far because she expected, misremembered the tread was that short and thought it was longer, and went down like 1 or 2, like nothing major happened, but it did sort of scare her enough where since she was pregnant and we've had the kid, we haven't slept upstairs. We've sort of moved downstairs and basically made it into a 1-bedroom house until we can hopefully figure out a way to fix the stairs.
Anybody else? So,
Sorry, I do have a question. So is the bump out so that can you maybe point here on the drawing as far as where the bump out is? I guess the way I understand it is that you can't access the second floor of your house because without the bump out, is that what you're saying?
No, we can access it currently.
Yeah.
but it doesn't feel a safe set of stairs being, with at each step is not up to code for the depth of the tread.
Is it an old, like, this is an oldest steps of stairs
Yeah.
where they're
Yeah,
much
they're
closer together? What did you say?
Probably, I don't know,
8 inch?
60s, but they're like 8.5 inches deep.
Okay.
Yeah, and ideally, I'd like to bring them up to code while we're doing the building.
And that's what you're gonna do, you want, and that's why you need the more
And that's why I have to go
greater
out
space.
towards the street, yes.
So,
Got it.
yep.
Well, and I don't know if I can see it on here. Will there be any cover on all the stairs or some of the stairs?
Cover like from the second floor.
Yeah. I'm just kind of wondering, like, what the front deck is gonna look like.
Yeah, so
Outside, will you be able to see any difference other than things just moving out?
from the outside, I thought so you're talking about like this first page here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just be that 4 foot out by 8 feet wide with a little peaked roof on top of it right above the door. Not going all the way up to the roof, but, yeah, did I kind of answer the question? I think so.
Yeah, and I was looking at the wrong page too, so that's my own question.
So the stairs you want to amend are inside the house, correct?
Inside, yes,
Right,
the
and
only
bringing the front
staircase.
wall forward,
Bump the whole thing.
how many feet, 4 feet,
Yeah, 4 feet
is
would give
what
us
allows you to do that?
to do our 10-inch tread depth plus a
Okay.
proper landing,
what I
door
mean.
opening area and
Roughly
stuff like
2
that.
feet into the setback.
Yeah, about, I think 1.6 on the plot plan at the closest, something like that. It's kind of buried in the line a little bit, I think it's a .4 in there.
So that actually answered part of my question. So just, again, just for my own head, these stairs are already here, they're existing.
Currently,
You're
yes.
renovating your house. You want to bring the current stairs up to code. The only way that you can do that is to come out.
Yes, the only way I can see to do it, yeah.
Yeah. But without reconfiguring the interior
Doing the
of
whole
our
first
house.
floor at the same time, or structural supports, or a whole bunch of stuff.
And building
Yeah.
code is designed for safety.
Right.
That's why we should meet it.
Correct.
Okay. Judy?
So when all is said is done, and it's the, I'll call it the new entry,
Yep.
plus a platform for the stairs, and then the stairs, how far away from the street are you gonna be?
28.4 feet from the street to that front, to the front door?
No, to the bottom step.
Oh, to the bottom step.
I guess that's what I'm looking at.
I'm.
I don't see that anywhere.
4 feet,
I'm trying to look for it.
maybe that's, currently I'm at 32 to the front door right now. Hold on, I didn't expect that one. Yeah, 28.
I would say, I mean, just looking at
32, maybe 33, 34.
45, not counting the stairs. So the stairs themselves, I'm just looking at projections in our zoning bylaw. So stairs, uncovered steps that are part of any required egress are not limited, but shall not come within 5 feet of any lot line. So if you kind of discount those uncovered stairs,
Oh, sorry,
looking at the new bump out with that landing, which looks like it's 3 feet, I would say it's about 25 feet now. So you're going from 32 feet to 25 feet.
Were you talking about the outside stairs? Sorry. I-
Yes.
Yes,
Stairs
yes,
question.
the outside
Oh,
stairs.
Okay, so I was only under the impression the variance would be for the front door entryway part.
It is.
It is, I'm just
It
asking,
is.
I just want to know how
Oh,
close
oh.
you're coming
I
and
see.
encroaching to the street.
I see. So the front landing is another 3 feet, and then the stairs down.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Anybody else on this? Okay. Variance is a high level. Do board members feel comfortable with this? You got all the information you need? Okay. Okay. At this point, if you want, you can close the hearing, and then we'll be able to vote on it tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, okay, well, let's have a little discussion about that before we close the hearing. I think there's a reason to have variances, and this is one of the reasons you have variances. You saw in the last case, I don't take variances lightly, but at least I think this rises to the level of a variance.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think that, the hardship is spelled out by trying to bring the stairs up to code, and by doing that, you need to bump into the setback. So I'm okay with the variance.
Yeah, I think it's a safety issue, and the only other way to do this is significantly more expensive.
And that would be the hardship.
That would be the hardship.
Okay. Tim, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Judy?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so what Drew was talking about is, if this wasn't going in your way, we might suggest that you withdraw and come back with a different plan, but I don't think that that's necessary based on what we just talked about. Okay, so at this point, at the request of the applicant, does somebody want to make a motion to close the application for 65 Moose Hill Road for the variance under section 6B1?
So moved.
Moved by Judy,
Second.
second by Drew. Any further discussion on, this is just closing the case. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye on closing the case.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay, the case is closed. Does somebody want to make a motion to approve the variance for 65 Moose Hill Road under section 6B1, Table of Dimensional Regulations, based on the plans for the property dated 3/27/2024 by D. O'Brien Land Survey, and based on the architectural plans dated August 10th, 2024 by Deborah P. Davis, Inc.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Drew, second by Judy. Anything else on this? And we normally wouldn't put conditions on a variance, and I don't see the need for any conditions on this variance. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay. Regular members, all those in favor of approving this variance, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? So carried, 5-0. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know how this works. A decision will be sent to the town clerk, and then there's an appeals period, but then the building inspector and Patrick can work with you on that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, good luck with your project. Okay. Okay, next we have case number 2419, 92 County Road Special Permit under section 12(3)C5 of the Walpole zoning bylaws to allow impervious coverage in excess of 15% within the Water Resource Protection Overlay District Area 4. The applicant is proposing to construct a two-car garage on an existing developed single-family residential property. And Mr. American, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Do you want to explain what's being proposed and walk us through this?
Sure. For the record, Dan Merrickin with Legacy Engineering here on behalf of the applicant. The property located at 92 County Street is within the Water Resource Protection Overlay District Area 4. Existing impervious coverage is 17%, which is pre-existing non-conforming and exceeds the 15% threshold for a special permit. The applicant would like to construct an accessory two-car garage, 22 feet by 24 feet, less than 15 feet tall, on the western edge of the property at the end of the existing driveway. And that would increase the impervious coverage by 1.1%. We provided you with a plot plan demonstrating all that, and also a provision for a roof recharge system to capture and recharge 1.5 inches of runoff from the new impervious coverage.
We also have some correspondence that I should read into the record. So we have your letter, and then we have a letter from Conservation Commission dated November 5th of this year to the, to Maria Palumbo Trust at 92 County Street. Discharge of animal waste into wetlands on 10/10/2024, an update site visit was conducted with the deputy health agent to review the area in question and determine if the violation was resolved. It was determined that the outstanding action to install a collection pipe so that stormwater drainage would not drain through the coop area into the wetlands. Dan American Legacy Engineering was present at the site and said that he would come up with a solution. Dan American forwarded me a plan dated 11/5/2024 showing a French drain with a 6-inch high-density poly HPDE drain pipe with to collect the stormwater around the perimeter of the coop and discharge it into the rear of the property and therefore not drain through the coop and go where it would naturally. Once installed, this satisfied the required actions of the notice of noncompliance issued on 2/2023. And that's from Landis Hershey from Conservation. We have a notice of noncompliance that's back from February, which addresses that issue with this. We have comments from the town engineer, Carl Baldoff. No technical comments or objections to granting relief. DPW engineering should observe, inspect infiltration system at excavation and prior to backfill. As-built showing the location should be furnished upon completion. So that would be a condition that we'd put in. From the fire department has no comments at this time, and that's from Alan Hoover. We have a letter from the from Board of Health, from Jen Norbeck. The septic system for this property is designed for a 4-bedroom home. In the event that a bedroom is added to the addition, an update of the septic system would be required. Slab foundations must be at least 10 feet from the soil absorption system, and foundations containing a cellar or crawl space require a minimum of 20 feet from the soil absorption system. How far is the soil absorption system from the basement on this?
There's no basement, it's a slab, it's garage, there's no bedroom. The slab is 14.3 feet away from the existing septic system.
Okay. So it's over the 10 feet that's required.
Correct.
So we have a letter from Landis Hershey, Wednesday, October 2nd, to the Zoning Board of Appeals. There have been continuous issues at this address regarding the discharge of drainage from the property to a wetland area on the other side of the fence. There is also evidence from the attached photo that the animal pen is within a historic wetland. A notice of noncompliance was issued on February 16th, 2024, to resolve the issue. However, the problem with the discharge of stormwater through a domestic animal pen may still be continuing, and I'm in the process of reviewing this further with the health department. And there's some pictures. Does everybody have these pictures? Okay. Okay. So, Mr. American,
Yes.
how are we going to solve some of these drainage issues with this new garage, or is that all part of what can be done here?
Well, it's a separate matter, so I think the first memo you read from Landis was the resolution, which is that the existing chicken coop area is a fenced-in area to the east of the greenhouse, so to the right of the greenhouse on your plan. And she wants to, and if you look at the contours and the topography, you can see all the surface runoff flows down through that area. So we designed, and I can give you a copy of the plan, a French drain across that little valley area that will intercept the runoff before it gets into the chicken coop area, and then it will just pipe it around it. And that addressed Landis's concern, as she indicated in her most recent memo to you, that that water would then not flow through that area. And I'll give you a copy of that plan.
So part of, okay, so this is,
That's the plan that Landis referenced in her most recent memo to you.
okay.
So
Do
you
we
can
have
make
this,
that a
do we
condition.
have this plan, and does everybody have this in their package?
This is something
Existing
we
coop
provided
area?
to
Okay.
conservation.
Okay, so, one of the things that we'd want to make sure is that if the zoning board were to approve this, that all the work on the site is going to be done, not just the proposed garage area.
Yeah, I mean, you could add a condition that the applicant comply with the notice from the conservation agent, which they're obligated to do anyways, but you
Right.
certainly could double up on that
And they wouldn't be able to get their building permit if that wasn't met.
if the work didn't get done, correct?
Okay. I'll pass that around, because I don't have a copy. Okay, board members, do you have any questions on this? Is the applicant here this evening?
No.
Board?
I guess my only question is, the violation of the, was February, and we're just getting around in November, 10 months later?
Well, that's not for us. It wasn't
no.
a zoning board violation. That's been running its course with the Board of Health. They've been dealing with that. And these things take time. So we're just looking at the zoning aspect, but what we see is that there's a number of other problems
Right.
on this
I see what you're saying.
site.
Yep.
But we're looking at the proposed garage with the drainage that's shown there.
And just so the board understands, the Board of Health, the Conservation Commission asked the applicant to take a number of steps when the issue was first raised, and the applicant did all of that, and then just recently, they asked us to take this additional step. This is something that just happened a few weeks ago, and that's what's precipitated this new plan.
The new plan that shows
Drainage.
the drainage for the chicken area.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. I want to open this up to the public, but does, yeah.
I do
Judy.
have one question. Dan, on the zoning table, you've got rear yard setback. Is that, it says 30-foot minimum, provided 26.4.
It's an accessory structure.
That's accessory structure?
Which has
Okay.
a minimum setback of 10 feet.
Okay, so we're good with that? and-
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know what the 3 asterisks had to do with the garage is less than, that, oh, it does, less than 15 feet high.
Yes, an
okay.
accessory structure can't be larger than 22 by 24, can't be taller than 15 feet. If it meets those requirements, an accessory structure, it can be within 10 feet of the
Within
rear
10
lot
feet,
line, and
okay.
we're at 26.4.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, is there anybody from the audience or the public that wants to comment on this?
I'm Bernie Barcelo at 84 County Street, which is right next to the Phillips property. And I wish to vote against the permit being granted. It is a non-conforming lot for the size. It is also already over 15% impermeable soil, and he wants to do more of it. It would cause a hardship for me. Also, there is a deed restriction on the lot. Now, you have the plan that he shows here. Yes. I have the original that are with they're registered at the court. It is- This is the restriction showing all that's
We can see on the corner.
Is there,
Looking at this. Mr. Merrick, what is this? Yeah. 84.
so, just go prior to that, Mr. Chairman, if you could, just give a kind of an explanation of what the deed restriction is?
the original.
So you want to just go to the mic and address the board? They can,
This is what you.
oh, yeah, you want to just, so are you going to address this plan to the board?
Certainly, you did it.
Your father did it.
Yeah, my father.
Yeah, your father did it.
What's the deed restriction, I guess is my question.
This is recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Okay.
This is the new plan that he's showing he is in complete violation of the restrictions.
Can you explain what the deed restrictions are to the board? Can you explain what the deed restriction is to the board? Can you explain what the deed restriction is to the board? What's restricted?
The restrictions are, where's your letter? Anything on the easterly side, a certain grading. And over time, he has violated, Aldo Palumbo has consistently violated.
This is what they have now, existing.
So,
And
Mr.
this
Chair.
is what is at the Registry of Deeds.
Okay. So I want you to just kind of address that to the board, not me. So you're saying there's a deed restriction on the easterly side?
What?
You are saying there's a deed restriction on the easterly side of their property?
Yes.
So could you just,
This young man here. Is it the same? I'll call it.
This is what he's proposing now.
Yep. And you're saying there's a deed restriction on this part of the property?
This is what it's supposed to be. All down in here, this has all been filled in. That's where all the restrictions are.
Okay.
This is the fill line here. And if you look, you'll see that it's filled in considerably.
What he's proposing is over here, though,
What?
on this side.
So what's before us is this.
What he's proposing, the proposed garage is on this side, not
Yes,
this side.
okay.
So if the fill line's here for the deed restriction, and you're not supposed to fill this.
All right, he is not in conform with that.
Yep.
And due to that, he has over on this area here, you can see there's
Greenhouse, a shed.
greenhouse. There's supposed to be nothing there. And it's over here, he has all kinds of chickens and pigeons and everything, and they defecate all over the area down there, down in here. When the rain comes, it washes on my property. I have what I call a frog pond. It's a pond that's about 3 to 4 feet deep and about 10 foot wide. It fills up in the spring when the water is running. Right now, it's dry. That is full of sludge that washes through his manure from the animals, and it's 4 feet deep. I've cleaned it out three times. The first 2 times, I took 100 5-gallon buckets out of the sludge. Second time I did it, same. I am in the process of doing it now, and there's over 60 5-gallon buckets that I have already pulled out of there. The Conservation Commission and the Board of Health are trying to work on that. I want them to make him get rid of all the livestock and grass it over so I don't get any more crap on my land. And the Board of Health, they say they can't do it without your people authority.
Okay, so there is one part of this judgment that we have here that goes back to 1987 that says, paragraph 6, the defendant Aldo Leopold waives rights to reapply for further permits to fill the lot. This waiver shall be construed as a covenant running with the land. It is the express intention of the parties that no fill shall ever be introduced to the easterly portion of the lot beyond the proposed edge of filling as shown on the site plan. So we're talking about the westerly part of the property. So is there something in here that says he can't do anything over in this area?
On the other side.
Well, he's in violation of this. I don't know, in a court of law, they say you can't go in with dirty hands. In other words, you can't be breaking the law and expect the law to help you out. Well, that's what he's trying to do.
John?
Yes.
I guess what I'm kind of trying to follow is and we were informed from from Land Search to the conservation agent. It looks like they were already in violation, and that's where Dan submitted this new plan with the French drain and an explanation of the resolution of that violation with conservation. I don't know if you want to take a copy of this. I did. To what the chair is mentioning, the board's responsibility right now isn't really looking at that side. It's looking at the increase of impervious surface because of his proposed garage. So this might be more along the lines of what your concern is. So the conservation agent and the health department has already kind of looked into that, and that's why he has that plan to improve the drainage on that side. See, the plan has a French drain. It's not really a matter of the zoning board. It seems to be a matter of the Conservation Commission. I think it's one. Yep. You can take that. You can take this as well.
I agree. Okay.
Let's continue this.
Sorry. More time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
We're getting handed lots of information.
Okay. Are you Mr. Barcelo?
Yes.
Are you Mr. Barcelo?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I need more time to review all this. We just got this tonight, and I think that
Okay.
board members feel the same way?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
All right, do.
So, at least what I would want to do tonight, and you can step back to the microphone.
go.
Okay.
I can't
Watch out,
hear
there's
you.
a
Okay.
step right there.
Watch the step.
So,
Just
okay.
let him stay there.
What I think we'd like to do is, we all need more time. This is a lot of information that you just provided us. We didn't have this before this meeting. We're going to need to review it. So what we're going to do is, we're going to probably continue this case and have time to review it, and then we'll have another meeting on this. Okay?
All right, okay.
I will.
I say, he has made my life miserable with all the things he has done.
Okay. Well, that's why we want to review it and make sure that everybody gets treated fairly.
As I said, I'll ask the Conservation Commission girl to come and look at all the sludge I have taken out this time.
Okay. Do keep in mind that we're looking at his request to build a garage.
Yes.
That's what is before the zoning board, not some of these other issues.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I'm saying you shouldn't allow him to do anything while he's breaking the law.
But, okay. Okay.
Oh, no worries, thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Could
you,
I
Tim.
make a comment?
Yes.
I'm Ann. And I want to emphasize that on 109, Dover takes care of this section of land, of road. There are no catch basins. We are the lowest point. That's where the problem started many years ago. We have a sump pump. You worry about it all the time. I just want to emphasize that there is a serious water problem. Maybe not this year, but you never know when we get a torrential rain. And what happens when it snows? His property up on the western side is hot top, concrete patios, concrete around the house. And he has a two-car garage in the house. I couldn't understand whether that got involved. He wants to make it 4-bedroom. There is a two-car garage in the house. And Aldo has had in the past parked his company, Lavoli construction trucks, on the easterly side. He even made a driveway, which he had to remove. He's an individual that does as he pleases. That's my personal opinion.
I have had last year during the winter when we had water in, I went down and I checked before I went to bed. Everything was fine, sump pump was running fine. I got up the next morning, the sump pump died. I got 1.5 inches of water all through the cellar. And he's putting the retainers in to catch the crap going across onto my property, causes it to build up. So that I have a drain outside where I have an entranceway in. The water was not going down the drain, the water was coming up out of the drain. It's a real serious problem.
And to emphasize also, Bernie has lived there 84 years of his 85 life. His parents bought the house. We bought the house from them when we got married. It's our haven. So if that, we puts any...
Thank you for your patience with me. I'm not very good at speaking, and I'm nervous as hell.
Thank you for sharing.
We've had a problem over the years, but
Okay.
thank you for listening to us, and I appreciate your input and your decision when it comes.
Okay.
Now, do we get information?
So what I think's going to happen, that we're going to continue this hearing, meaning a month from now, we're going to be back here, but it's going to give all the board members time to review this and look at the case that's being, what's being requested. Because, you just gave us a whole bunch of new information. So at least I need time, and I think everybody agrees, we want more time to take a look at this
Date
case.
won't be set, but how will
No,
we
it's
know?
going to be set in a few minutes. So I'm going to let Mr. American speak, and then, and you'll know, and everybody here and everybody watching on TV will know when we're going to continue this to. It's a public meeting. We want to be as transparent as possible. Okay, Mr. American.
Sure. I think, as you can see here, this is a long-standing personal dispute between two neighbors, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it is. The area where the garage is being proposed does not discharge any runoff onto their property. It's on the other side of the property. It doesn't have any impact on any of those questions or issues that were raised on the east side of the property. That's all I'd say on that topic. And if the board would like more time to consider this, that's fine. I don't know what else you might need from me, but happy to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if we just were given some documents, that, historic, going back to 1987. We want to make sure that anything that had been agreed upon before with this zoning board, because I see...
Is it a zoning decision? I've not seen that document.
Yeah,
Or is this a private party?
No, actually, because
Judgment? It's a private party judgment, so it's not a zoning issue.
it is a Superior Court, and
It's a private party judgment. I assume they sued each other at some point.
who was the previous owner of this property? Do you know?
I think Aldo built the house. I'm not sure, though.
Because I see Joseph Germano's name on this.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
He
He
was
used
on
to
the
be,
zoning board.
he used to be the chairman of the zoning board. That's why,
I didn't know that.
that's why I want to make sure that,
Maybe he lived in that house.
I don't know where Mr. Germano lives.
Joe did not live there.
Okay, so I think what we're looking at is a zoning board, it involves the zoning board, so, yeah, you can get a copy of this if you want.
Yeah, I mean, we just have that copy, so.
Okay.
that's-
So, but we definitely need to continue. It's actually, from a zoning perspective, it's one of the more interesting cases, probably. So, at this time, I think we need to continue this. What's the December?
So we do have November 18th as an option, because we have one case on November 18th, so if you were to continue this to the 18th, you'd have two cases at the moment there, so.
Do people feel November 18th is enough time to review what you need to review on this? And get some questions answered?
Probably.
It's a week.
Just come over here to the microphone, please.
One more statement is the water that comes through my property and down goes into Mine Brook, right, and it ends up where the town has their wells right at Mine Brook for the water supply for the town of Walpole. So you really don't want stuff getting all the way down to there.
So, Mr. American, how what did we say, the 18th, November 18th? Are you available for that?
Yes.
Okay. And are you available on November 18th?
November 18th?
Yes.
Monday,
It's a Monday?
I think.
Okay, okay. So what we'll do is, and if you have any more information, please get it to Lauren right over here in the zoning office. But, you know, what we're going to do is we'll review this material that you've provided, and thank you for providing it, and then we're going to continue this until November 18th. So, that being said, any board members, is everybody good with that? You can make the meeting? So, does somebody want to make a motion to continue this case until November 18th, 7 PM here at Town Hall?
So moved.
Moved by Judy,
Second.
second by Drew. Any further discussion on continuing? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay, so this is continued until the 18th, and,
Thank you for your time.
yep. And Lauren, I'm going to give you these, just because I think everybody needs to, you'll scan these, because everybody's going to need to have copies of these.
That's nice of you.
That's the interesting one.
Getting a good flavor here.
Okay. So, Mr. Barcelo,
Oh, he can't hear you. What do you need?
you understand that you'll be back here on the 18th?
November 18th.
November 18th? Okay,
Thank you so much
okay.
for understanding.
Okay. Next, we have Chandler Ave. Okay. Notice is given that the Board of Appeals, Town of Walpole, will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, November 6th at the Town Hall on an application from case number 24-14 with respect to property located at 34 Chandler Ave within the Residence A zoning district. Application is for a special permit under Section 94A of the Walpole zoning laws for the construction of an addition that is within the pre-existing non-conforming minimum front yard setback. All those are encouraged to review and attend the meeting. Okay. So we have probably some pieces of correspondence from the town engineer. The town engineer has 3 comments. The plan is incorrectly labeled. It is a proposed conditions plan. If it is relied on, an existing condition plan should be referenced or included. The wet stamp of the surveyor should be included on the proposed plan. 2, the proposed mudroom appears to be over the existing water service, which may need to be relocated. I've attached the water tie card so the preparer may accurately show the location and not rely on a previous plan. And 3, the plan has a leader pointing to the water service that says, see note 7. I would request that see note 8 be added, and that 8 reads, Water Department, Engineering Department, to be notified prior to excavation. If necessary, service be relocated by a licensed drain layer and inspected by the Water Engineering Department. So, if approved, those would be conditions. We have letter from Alan Hoover. The fire department has no comments at this time. Health department has no comments at this time. Police department has reviewed the plans for impact on public safety and quality of life, and does not have any public safety concerns in relation to traffic in this case. The health department has no comments. Okay. Is the applicant here?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want, explain what's being proposed and walk us through this.
Sure. So we are proposing an addition of a mudroom in front of the house. So there is 3 main reasons of why my clients needs this mudroom. So the first one, right now, the existing main door opens right in front of the dining room, which is quite annoying to him. And the second point why he needs this mudroom, it's because of the storage. Right now, the house don't have a basement, and the attic can't be used as a storage space. So as much as we can add into the house or outside the house too, it will be helpful. And the third point, which is the most important one, he have a newborn in house, 2.5 months. So he wants to keep all the dirty and, all the mess in this room, in this isolated room. So these are the 3 points why we want to build this mudroom. So we bring the plot plan with the wet stamp. So I think it's pretty much that. Yeah, so I think it's pretty much that. It's not and by the way, we walked through the neighborhood, And the neighbor from 10 Chandler Ave, 30 Chandler Ave, and 38, these three persons have a similar project. I have pictures of it, so.
Okay, do you want to submit
Yeah,
those?
sure. 30. Number 40, sorry, and number 38.
Okay. And are those in the setback, or are they just, you're just providing these to show the character of the neighborhood?
Yeah, just to show the character and, you know, in the street we have similar projects. The one that we are proposing.
If I can add one thing on the owner.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why don't you come up to the microphone, please?
I don't know for certain, but I believe it's 10 Chandler Ave. No, the one that's the biggest one, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date, or the address. If I can actually.
Number 30.
30?
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a good relationship with that neighbor. I believe that one is outside of the setback because they have told me themselves that they had to go through this process. It was out of variance, so they were like, hey, just let them know it's out of conformance because that's what we have and we were allowed to do it. So, again, I don't have the exact numbers on it, but they did tell me that theirs was out of conformance when they had theirs approved. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Did you identify yourself for the record?
Yeah, my name is Lais. The applicant, Danny, she's here. I'm the designer. I'm the person who is handling the drawings. I just came here to give support.
So are you the architect that
Yeah.
Okay, so you designed the plans?
The mudroom, yep.
And is there, what kind of foundation is that shown in the?
Sonotubes, 8-inch, yeah, 8-inch sonotubes. One thing that I can propose is a helical pier, which is, you know, don't have 8 inches of diameter, which can make it easier, maybe.
Okay, I see it, yep.
Yeah.
I see it here, 8-inch, actually it says 12-inch sonotubes.
Yeah, it's 12, but we can turn it to 8. 12 is just to be safe.
Well, if you show 12.
We need to make it
this is
12.
This is what we're going to reference, and this is what we would reference. So whatever is shown here is how it would be built.
Mm-hmm. If we update for 8, this can't be, I mean, solved.
Board members, thoughts, concerns?
So,
I hear quiet, so I'll open it up. Is there anybody in the public that wants to comment on this? Any neighbors or anything? Okay. Okay.
Patrick, do you have any comments on this?
well, it's a pre-existing non-conforming one-family home. So right now it's non-conforming to the front setback.
Correct.
We need 30 feet of setback for the front property, and it's at 28.5. So under Section 9.4A, non-conforming one family, an applicant's allowed to basically go within that non-conforming side of development, or not development, of a home, so long as they do not create a new non-conformity. That non-conforming element will not substantially, or that enlargement or extension will not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming structure. So, because the home is already non-conforming, this isn't like a variance request where they're creating a new non-conformity. It's already non-conforming to the front setback, so adding that mudroom, so to speak, is already within that non-conforming front yard. It's a little different. I know we've had a few of these before.
But to be clear, if this was a conforming house, they'd be here for a variance.
Yeah.
And
Right.
this is one of the things with the bylaw that's a little bit unusual. You know, but under it is allowed under the zoning bylaws first with a special permit.
I guess I have a question on that. It's not just it's a room. Or I guess a mud room, if you're going to call it a mud room. So if it's already non-conforming, do we not want to make something not non-conforming, more non-conforming?
Well, the
Double negative
interpretation, so we've had this come up a few times, so I guess because it's already non-conforming to that side, let me just read it in its entirety so we can go through it. So,
well, I read it, but...
Before, you already read it once.
Yeah, it's
But one of the
okay.
key points is what Patrick said in there, the last part is, and it's not more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I think you have to look at, which would be sort of with a variance, would it be detrimental to the neighborhood? So the question is a mudroom, you know, bump out on this detrimental to the neighborhood? Because with the way the bylaws are written, it can be allowed. That's why they're here for a special permit. But does it, so I guess one of my questions is, and there's nobody here from the neighbors to speak against it. They said that other neighbors, were they in favor of it, or?
I mean-
I'll let the resident speak to that.
Obviously, none of the neighbors are here, so you can only know from what I'm telling you. But yes, all the neighbors are very much in favor of what's going on. It's a very close-knit community. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Chandler Ave and Conifer Lane. Yeah, we're all pretty much closed in there together, so everybody knows everybody. We all talk all the time. Everybody's really happy with some of the work that we already had done that was, approved before, that was not zoning issue related. But yeah, no issues. Everybody's been on board, so. Again, nobody's here, so.
That tells me something. Okay. Anybody else?
I mean, there's no kind of percentage of additional nonconformance that we would consider on a special permit for this, right? Because it's already nonconforming.
So that's actually one of the things that I was thinking, that we could have a condition that says that, the applicant is not, cannot come back in the future seeking additional relief, claiming that the non-conforming structure is now 20.3 feet. So basically, just
How
moving
close can you
forward.
get to the
Right.
sidewalk here?
Right. So, but I don't think that's not the case here. But
Doesn't seem to be.
Mr. Chair, I'm thinking of, just when these have come back in the past, I'm thinking of one that was near the high school. I don't know if you remember that one that was to the rear. That was an example, it was non-conforming to the rear yard setback, but the initial plan was like 2 feet off the setback. I think the board worked with them to kind of realize it fitting better into the character of the neighborhood, even though they had that non-conforming rear yard setback. Maybe you shouldn't be a foot from your rear yard setback, and so they were able to revise the plan to be something that was a little bit, even though non-conforming, probably a little bit more in line with the surrounding neighborhood. So I know that's just an example of when it's come up in the
Yeah, I mean,
past, the
just-
board's been able to condition and regulate.
It's a judgment call, right?
Yeah.
It's not clear.
I would also like to add to what you guys are saying, I would have no issue with that. As far as like future planning, we like Walpole, we want to stay in Walpole, so if we build our family, we might want to add some more stuff, but I don't see us having any reason to go outwards at that point. If anything, we would build up. I don't know if that falls into conformity issues or not as far as the front setback, but I have no issue with the condition on not touching forward setback.
Okay, so if we do approve this, just, Lauren, one of the conditions would be, obviously, any standard conditions, and then no additional relief would be granted for the front yard setback in the future. Okay. Anybody else have anything? People comfortable with this? Yeah. Okay. 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 So let's address, the town engineer had some questions about the plans. So first one, it says the plan is incorrectly labeled. It's labeled as a proposed condition plan. Let's see, existing conditions.
He's mentioning the plot plan or the floor plans, actually?
Plot plan.
The plot? Yeah, so we already fixed it.
Okay, that's why it says existing condition, okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
We have like already wet stamp.
Yeah, so we have the wet stamp here.
Do you have a copy of the one with the wet stamp?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, because this set does not have a stamp. Proposed conditions and stamp. Okay. I think that addresses the town and, well, at least the first part of them. What about the bit where it appears to be over the existing water service? Did you check that out? Do you know?
Yeah, so one thing that we can do to avoid this, the nightmare of maybe relocating this water line, it's maybe make the room like, instead of doing with 6 feet width, do it with 5, maybe. Maybe it will make it better. Because we have the water line
You see the water line?
pretty
I
close
see.
from the border.
See that?
It's right under, yeah.
So,
The architectural plans that we have that mudroom at 9 by 8.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
6.
Oh,
8.
well, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
you know.
If I read it the other way, it's a 9. There we go. Okay.
so, Patrick, what's the question?
So just the dimensions of the mudroom are 6 by 8. So
Yeah,
I think you
6 by
mentioned
8.
Trying to reduce the width of the mudroom,
Okay.
but
Well,
that resolves the issue.
no, because I'm looking, this says proposed 60 square feet, so that's 6 by 10. That's 6 by 8.
Is on the plot plan?
Yeah, it's a proposed 60 square foot addition. So that's not matching the architectural.
Yep. It says 60 square feet.
Oh, okay, yeah, so this is what the survey mistake. So if you notice, I mean, the thing that I, suggested was maybe, move this to 5 feet, which will keep maybe, I don't know how far the water line is from this,
Right.
I think they need to clean it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do that as a condition.
Yeah, so that's going to need to be
Revise it.
revised.
Does that imply a new meeting, or?
Well, maybe a continued meeting, but let me, are there any other issues that people have on this and concerns? So, what are the this says 60 square feet, but then you talked about 6 by 8.
So it will be 6 by 8.
Interior.
Yeah.
6 by interior dimensions.
Okay, 6 by 8, so,
That's just what the walls and everything.
but that's not, it's just making it smaller, but that's not addressing the issue with the water main.
Not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
One thing, what you're saying is moving it off the water line.
Right, but they're moving it.
Can we have like can we do like a return? Once we don't have a solid foundation across it. We just have like a sonotube.
Right.
So can we make like a return?
Meaning, I don't know, that's one of the things that really has to go through the water department, and that's why it's brought up here, that he has some concerns, the way this is shown, with the water line running right there.
So should we just let them do their revisions and work with the water department and come back to another meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, the other thing was, in the town engineer says, the preparer may accurately show the location and not rely on the previous plan. So, can you address that? So,
Yeah, but the water line right now is on the plot plan.
So that's.
And now, so yeah, have like number 8, yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the water line.
Right.
That he's talking about.
and it's going right underneath,
Yeah.
so that's,
Yeah,
that's the,
exactly.
that's the problem.
Yeah,
So-
but we agree, like, we need, like, find out with the water department and do the return, everything.
Yeah, we agree of, just revising it.
Yeah.
Make like a
Okay.
continued meeting.
Okay.
I think it will be, it's the most,
Yeah, I think, like, will be like 6 by 8, and we need just the update, the survey needs just to update the plot plan, so.
Can you have an updated plot plan
Yeah,
that shows it correctly with the
Exactly.
water by the 18th? Or we can go to December.
No, 18 is fine.
You'll get it updated, though?
Yeah.
You have, okay,
tomorrow.
okay.
Yeah, and also, any chance, like, if approve it today, we can upload,
No.
like, by tomorrow?
No.
Yeah, so we're not going to approve something until we have a correct plan. That's,
Okay.
that's,
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
So can we move that for November 18th?
Yes.
All right, cool,
Well, I'm
awesome.
going to see if that works for everybody. Okay. So, giving the applicant time to get an updated plot plan. Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So, does somebody want to make a motion to continue case number 2414 for 34 Chandler Ave until November 18th, 7 PM here at Town Hall?
So moved.
Moved by Judy,
Second.
second by Mark. Any further discussion on continuing? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay, so you'll get an updated plan to Lauren, and, hopefully that addresses the issues.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, help yourself, because it's not appropriate, yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're glad you came to a zoning board meeting.
Leaving with gifts,
Okay.
trick or treating.
Next case we have is, public notice is hereby given that the Board of Appeals, Town of Walpole, will hold a public hearing at the Town Hall Meeting Room on Wednesday, November 6th, 7 PM, on the application for case number 2420, with respect to property located at 278 Fisher Street within the Residence B zoning district. Application is for a special permit under Section 5B13I of the Walpole zoning bylaws to allow the operation of a landscaping business that will allow the owner to complete incidental work and allow storage related to the landscaping business. And all those are invited and encouraged to review the plans. We have a few pieces of correspondence on this. We have an email from a neighbor, Don Piccolo, at 45 Woodruff Road. I'll read this. It is relatively short. I reside at 45 Woodruff Road in Walpole. My property is downhill from the 278 Fisher Street property and across the driveway from my and their immediate neighbor, John Glosser, at 268 Fisher. This year, I've noticed significant runoff onto the back of my property from John's driveway during heavy rain. This has caused erosion and washout into the lower areas of my yard and significant ponding in the area behind my detached garage. John believes the source of the water to be 278 Fisher Street property, appearing for the permit tonight at the zoning board. I would ask that the board please accept my objection to this issuance of a permit at this location without first addressing and correcting any present and future water runoff issues that may be originating there. Please let me know if you need additional information or would like to discuss in more detail. And that's signed Don Piccolo. Okay. We have a letter from Alan Hoover, Deputy Fire Chief. The Walpole Fire Department has reviewed the application on the above address and provided the following comments. 1, ignitable liquid stored in excess of 7 gallons in non-habitable structures require a permit from the fire department under section 112.8.50. And 2, all ignitable liquids should be stored in their original packing or an approved container. That's from Alan Hoover, the Deputy Fire Chief. The Board of Health has no comments. The Luke Parlon from the Police Department said the attached plans have been reviewed and any impact on public safety and for quality of life. The Walpole Police Department does not have any public concerns in relation to traffic in this case filed with the Zoning Board of Appeals. Engineering has no comments on this submission, and we have a rather extensive letter from Connor and Hilliard for this case, and I believe, are you?
I'm Matthew Ezapek. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Perez.
Okay, so you're on behalf of the applicant. Is somebody here on behalf of Connor and Hilliard, or?
Well, I retained Kyle to
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I've not received a copy of that.
Okay. Is it in the record?
Yeah, we just got it today. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's dated November 5th. Okay. We also have, this was before the Zoning Board of Appeals, how long ago?
October 5th, 2022.
Okay. Thank you. So, a couple of years ago. And we have, okay, we have a copy of a violation notice from 2022, which is what triggered the use regulation that the zoning board dealt with back then. Okay. So, the applicant, is the applicant here this evening?
Yes.
Okay, okay, so, but you're the counsel, so do you want to introduce yourself for the record and explain what you're requesting?
Yes, thank you again. Matthew Ezapek here for Mr. Perez. 278 Fisher Street. As noted, this was previously in front of the board in 2022. At that time, the special permit was done to allow the parking of an additional commercial vehicle on the lot. And in that decision, the board found for Mr. Perez, the special permit was allowed to, again, allow the parking of a commercial vehicle on the lot, as well as 2 trailers. That special permit did specifically state that the operation of a landscaping business, storage of materials, was not allowed on the premises without further relief from the zoning board. Now that special permit was litigated to an end in the Superior Court, where Mr. Perez, pro se, with limited English skills, won in a pretty resounding fashion, where the court found both that the board was well within its right to grant that special permit under the terms of the zoning bylaws, and that Mr. Glosser had failed to establish any type of standing. That same water runoff issue was brought up in that case. It's my understanding. I've reviewed that case. I assisted Mr. Perez at the tail end of that to provide some filings to the court, and the court had specifically found that there was zero evidence presented in that case to establish any sort of issue with water runoff causing an issue in the neighborhood. So what triggered this further special permit was after Mr. Perez was successful in that Superior Court litigation. Complaints were made, again, by neighbors relating to, again, the operation of a landscaping business on the property. Now, I've spoken at length with Mr. Perez and his wife, who's also here, about what they do at the property. And to me, it doesn't seem that they're necessarily running a business, but out of an abundance of caution, you're seeking the special permit to just end the complaints and potential violations that they're facing as a result of this ongoing issue, to specifically allow for the running of a landscaping business and storage of materials. And the reason I bring that up is there's 2 trucks that are allowed by that initial special permit. There are 2 employees of the business that both reside at the property, and it's a landscaping business. There are no clients that go to the property. There are no customers that go to the property. There's a second owner who has another truck that lives in Norwood. Their main office is out of Norwood. The company has their storage facility for all their materials and heavy machinery in Westford, Massachusetts. There's virtually no storage of materials at the property. An occasional period where they finish a job, there's some leftover stone, there's some leftover bluestone that momentarily for a day or 2 gets stored on the property. But effectively, the only business that is being run from that home is the hitching of the trailers to the trucks, which is, again, allowed under the current special permit, and leaving for the day and returning. Usually they're leaving at 7 o'clock. Conducting work. It's a landscaping business. You are not conducting work at the residence. You're going to other residences to complete the work, and typically returning at 5 o'clock. Now, I think some of, in speaking with Mr. Perez and his wife, some of what potentially triggered the complaints is that, again, as noted, it's a family business, and there's a second owner of the business, which is Mr. Perez's brother, who lives in Norwood, and occasionally will come by the house for coffee or during the middle of the day to get lunch. So at times, there's a visitor that's also in a commercial truck. I don't believe there's ever a time where there's more than 2 vehicles at any point in time parked at the property, but certainly never more than 2 vehicles parked overnight. So really, the petitioner here is not looking for any real expansion other than specific allowance to operate as a landscaping business, totally incidental to keeping a residence, allow for storage of materials. Again, this wouldn't be anything more than stone, rocks, bricks. I'm not even sure they're going to use this more than those materials, but again, just to avoid any further complaints about them operating a business out of there. We're just looking for that special permit that specifically allows them to complete work incidental to the landscaping business. The board already found in the prior special permit that this property was appropriate for this type of special permit. Again, we're barely expanding that special permit because, again, the two trucks that are already allowed to be there, that's really the only assets of the company. They're there, they leave, and they come back. The two trailers, again, are already allowed. I believe there's a pending permit or there's something in relation to a separate structure, a garage being built on the premises. That garage has nothing to do with this business. It's not like Mr. Perez is seeking to expand the business to allow additional storage in that garage. That garage is separate from this. That has nothing to do with this special permit application. So we're not looking for any dimensional variances or anything like that as it relates to the garage, because that's going to be for their personal use. They store all of their equipment, which is not the heavy machinery. We're talking about ride-on mowers. That's all in the trailer. That's in the two trailers that they have. There's virtually nothing that they're looking to expand other than just the allowance of, yes, this can be a business address. It can be used to store the materials that may be there overnight. And again, there's absolutely no customers going to the property. The only employees of the business that would be at 278 Fisher already live there. So it's not even as if employees are going to the property in their personal vehicles, going to pick up a truck and then have that type of traffic, which even in that case, it would be very minimal. But that's not even the case here. So there's no question that there's no risk of traffic impact. There's not active work being done on the property. So the question about smoke or gases or any issue relating to dangerous conditions, noise, none of that's a concern. And as mentioned, the primary objector who's going to speak here has already been deemed by the Superior Court that he had no standing to object in the first place. His property, my understanding, his actual dwelling, two dwellings, they're 1,000 feet apart between 278 and 268 Fisher Street. And the area in which the vehicles are stored, in which all the landscaping activity is done, that's 800 feet away from the dwelling at 268 Fisher. There's absolutely no impact on the neighborhood, in particular, that property. So we would just ask that the special permit be effectively expanded to what was already issued and allow for those two items for the storage of materials and the allowance that the landscaping work be allowed incidental to the residents.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for an explanation of that. Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant on this? Anybody? Do you have a question?
I do.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Unless we're not supposed to know about this Superior Court case, it's the first I've heard of it. When the applicant came to us back in October of 2022, as I recall, they were asking, I believe the building inspector was present, they were asking to be able to park additional vehicles on their property.
That's correct.
That's correct, okay. I personally do not recall ever discussing the possibility of expansion of a special permit into landscaping. I believe the decision clearly stated that would not occur.
It would not, the decision stated that it would not occur without further action from the zoning board.
I'm going to look at that again.
Okay, so I can actually read it to you
Okay,
right here.
thank you, John.
Specifically, point 6 says, and this was one of the conditions, no storage of materials for the purpose of commercial landscaping shall be kept on the site. So we were very specific, saying that this was for vehicle parking, but not for anything else. And we have a copy of the condition, the decision in here, where it talks about as far as the vehicles, the weight of the vehicles, no more than 2 trailers, and the operation of the landscaping business on the site is prohibited, absent to additional zoning relief. Okay.
So that is the relief we're seeking.
Right,
we're
that- so now, you're back seeking that relief, okay.
Can I continue one more thing?
Yeah, yep.
And if I recall, there was a room full of neighbors that were all very supportive of the Perez's to support our decision, or possibly influence our decision to allow them to do this parking.
Yes.
That's why we got very specific. We got very specific with the trailers, how many could be there, and if I remember correctly, and sometimes I don't remember everything, but the story was that they had to leave their house on Fisher Street and go to Alston to pick up trucks, and it was very inconvenient and costly for them to do that.
Yes.
So I guess that's, maybe something's changed, and they don't go to Alston, they go to now Westford, where they store things and possibly have trucks. So,
No, they don't have the trucks. The trucks are at the property. What that was in reference to is that I was explaining that their materials, so again, what we're seeking here, it's not as if Mr. Perez is going to have yards of mulch in his backyard, or any of the other materials that you would correlate to a landscaping business. That is all kept in that Westford lot, where they have, that's where they pick up their materials to work on their customers' homes. So we are not looking to bring this property at Fisher Street to be a full-fledged landscaping site where all their materials for the entire operation are stored. It's just that, as mentioned, in direct response to that special permit, that initial special permit being upheld, there had been complaints that there was operation of a landscaping business at the property, which my clients would disagree with, probably. But the fact is that the extension of this special permit is so minimal that it's easier to try to seek that relief from the board than to get into a dispute as to whether there is or is not the actual operation of a landscaping business at the property.
okay, so can I continue
Yeah,
for a second?
please, yeah.
So, the section that you filed under, if I could read it, I believe it is, someone tell me again.
Section 5B, 13I.
I, okay. The use of a portion of a dwelling or of a building accessory thereto as the office of a doctor, dentist, optician, clergyman, lawyer, architect, engineer, or other member of a recognized profession, or as a studio or office of an artist, musician, teacher, real estate, or insurance agent residing on the premise, subject to the conditions. I don't understand where is a building? Is it,
No, that's not the.
Yeah, that's not.
That's not it?
No, that's not.
Okay.
It actually, do you have it?
Do you have it?
I don't have it.
I have it right here, so.
All right, so I
and
read
it-
the wrong section?
Yeah, and it actually specifically says landscape
Landscape?
gardener right here.
Oh, I must have an old book.
I think you may have looked at J. Want me to read it, John? Oh, It's on that.
I just circled landscape gardener.
Okay. Fine print on my book. I don't have that. Okay, go ahead. All right.
And I chose to handwrite that section in, that
Okay.
my hand scratch may have been the
Yeah,
reason you were
okay.
looking at a different section.
But at the same time, I'll go back to your section, the correct section. It talks about a building or a dwelling where someone's going to make something and take it out and sell it or market it or something. I'm not clear as to,
So can we read that section into her, because I don't think that's
Yeah.
entirely accurate.
So the use of a portion of a dwelling or building accessory thereto as the workroom of a resident beautician, dressmaker, milliner, photographer, cabinet maker, skate sharpener, audio repairman, or other person engaged in customary home occupation, or as a place of incidental work and storage in connection with his off-premise trade by a residential builder, carpenter, electrician, painter, plumber, or other artisan, or by a resident tree surgeon, landscape gardener, or similar person provided, and then there's a list of 5 different criteria
Okay.
for what's needed.
all right.
So it's the incidental work portion, I think, the last portion.
And it doesn't have to be a building or dwelling related to the incidental work.
No, I don't, so as a place for incidental work and storage in connection with his off-premise, so that's the way it's only worded, so I guess it up to, yeah.
I look at it
Yeah.
as it's a portion of a dwelling or a building accessory there too. Doesn't say a yard, some slapping up some bins to hold some, pea stone. I mean, this is a residential area.
So I think so those 5 criteria underneath it, I would look specifically at 1 through 5 in terms of how the board judges this, because that at least gives you the criteria of, are they meeting this, and this, by what they're asking or what they're showing.
And respectfully, just if we're, specifically in that bylaw, you're talking about gardeners and you're talking about landscapers. By definition of those 2 trades, that involves outdoors.
Anything else, Judy?
No, I'm good for now.
So one of the things that you were talking about, and you said, this was your words, it's not as if Mr. Perez will have yards of mulch on the property. And I understand that as we sit here tonight, that's what you're saying, and we believe you. But if the zoning board were to grant the relief that you're requesting, Mr. Perez would be allowed to have yards of mulch on the property.
Well, then I would, if there was no condition, and I don't know exactly how a condition to that effect could be worded, but there could be a designation of a particular square footage that would allow the board to understand that only a certain square footage was going to be used for that storage, and it could be an amount that's small enough where it's known that there cannot possibly be an amount of materials or items stored on the property that would in any way change the nature or character of the neighborhood. So, again, according to Mr. Perez and the individuals who live there, and I believe the neighborhood who may speak here, I'm not so sure that any portion is being used for the storage of materials. But again, it is just out of a total abundance of caution that we get this special permit. And again, so it can be a very small area that allows for, again, this is just a one-off. They have some bluestone left over from a job, and they don't want to bring it back all the way to Westford at 8 o'clock at night. They may bring it home, offload it off the truck, and then discard with it or bring it back at another time. But they may just need to leave it there for a day or two in order to make sure they have enough room for the supplies needed for that day. So again, it would be a very small area that would need to be used for any storage.
Anybody else have questions? We can come back to board members. I'll open it up to the public. Does somebody want to speak on this?
I get my glasses. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have to get my other glasses. So, Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is John Glossa, and I'm the abutter to the property. I live at 268 Fisher Street, and I abut this property directly, and this property does have a detrimental effect on my property. So I have two handouts, Mr. Chairman, and I was wondering if I could hand these out. I have 10 copies. And then if I could read one of the handouts and then explain, and then give you the other handout and explain its pictures with some text. So this is the letter and documents from attorney Brian Almeida of Connor and Hilliard. So there's 10
We have the letter from Mr. Almeida, but we'll pass on this one.
So do you mind, Mr. Chairman, if I'm going to paraphrase it. I mean, I'm not going to read every little part of it, but I'd like to read it into the record for you. And the first thing I would tell you that Mr. Perez's attorney is not telling you is that this application is the result of a violation notice, and that's in that package, that's in that letter, it's attached in that letter, that was sent to Mr. Perez on July, I believe it's the 22nd of 2024. So it is, it's Exhibit B in this package, or in this letter that I gave to you. It's a violation notice. It was July 22nd, 2024, and I know the attorney and Mr. Perez are saying that, you know, we have to make a decision or come to a finding as to whether there's a landscape operation going on at this location or not. But I'll just read you what the building inspector said on July 22nd, 2024. Cease use of the property for the storage/repair of equipment, workers' parking, and running a landscaping business. Now, he's the zoning enforcement officer, so that's his interpretation of what's happening at this property. So I'm just going to read to you quickly, okay? So this is from myself through my attorney. I hope this letter finds you well. It's addressed to the board. I write on behalf of my clients, John and Paula Glossa, the Glosses, residents of 268 Fisher Street, and Stephen Voke, who's sitting here in the blue sweater with the hat, resident of 254 Fisher Street. So Stephen's property, so my property is separated, Stephen's property is separated from 278 Fisher Street by my driveway, but it's my property. It's a 25-foot wide strip, runs down from Fisher Street to my house. So the objectors, that's Vogue and Glossa, who were notified on the application as abutters to the 278 Fisher Street property, the Perez property. The application made by Mr. Perez asked this board to issue a special permit allowing the Perez property to be used to conduct a landscaping business, including work and storage incidental thereto, in a residential district. The objectors respectively request that the board deny the application, which would serve to bring finality to a multi-year saga of zoning enforcement issues concerning the Perez property. And just to remind the board, or for people who weren't here, the original application for the parking of the two commercial vehicles was a result of a violation notice from the building inspector. So neither one of these applications have been done voluntarily. History of the Perez property before this board is essential context in understanding the instant application. The board previously granted a special permits to Perez on October 5th, 2022, to allow the storage of one more commercial vehicle in a residential zone, the prior permit. See Exhibit A. So the prior permit is in here under Exhibit A, and you can read the conditions of your permit. The application that led to the prior permit was made by Perez in response to his receipt of a zoning violation notice from the Walpole Zoning Enforcement Officer. As before the said application, Perez was, for all intents and purposes, operating a landscaping business at the Perez property, in addition to storing an excess number of commercial vehicles in a residential zone. So that's the previous, the first violation notice in the first application to this board. That's what we're talking about here. In its prior permit decision, the board permitted Perez to store up to 2 commercial vehicles in a residential zone, subject to several conditions, specifically conditions 5 and 6 of the prior permit decision, which prohibit Perez from operating a landscape business and from storing materials related to landscaping on the Perez property. Contrary to those conditions, the zoning enforcement officer issued a zoning violation notice on July 22nd, 2024, asserting that Perez has been disobeying the prior permit decision in the will of this board, of your board. See Exhibit B, zoning enforcement officer violation notice. In essence, Perez has now come to this board twice, only after having violated Walpole's zoning bylaws, and in this circumstance comes before the board having disobeyed the carefully crafted conditions of the prior permit decision. On that basis alone, the board should deny the application, with Perez demonstrating that no provisions of the bylaws or any conditions imposed by this board will be sufficient to protect the abutting owners in a residential district from coping with Perez's use of the Perez property. If the board were to venture beyond this initial analysis and into the merits of the application, it would find the same wanting. Turning to the special permit criteria as set forth in Section 2B1 of the zoning bylaws, this application fails to satisfy several of these criteria. See Exhibit C. The activities at the Perez property, which involve a significant number of trucks and commercial vehicles gathering there daily, violate Section 2B1C of the bylaws by way of a consistent stream of employees and visitors that adversely affect the immediate neighborhood. Contrary to Section 2B14 and Section 6-8, the Perez property fails to comply with dimensional requirements, as open storage of materials and equipment is currently located within the minimum setback distances, which has caused significant runoff from the Perez property to be funneled onto the abutting Gloucester property, severely damaging Gloucester's driveway. In violation of 2B1F, there is a freestanding illumination device at the Perez property used to illuminate the materials, equipment, and vehicles improperly stored there, and is more than 15 feet in height, creating a glare that interferes with neighboring properties. Rather than satisfying 2B1 G through H, the applicant would significantly and negatively impact the character of the Fisher Street neighborhood, and is wholly incompatible with the residential district where the Perez property is located. Additionally, the application also violates 2B1A, which requires that for a special permit to be granted, that the proposed use also satisfies additional requirements imposed for a specific use. In this instance, Section 5B1I imposes additional requirements that are also not satisfied. See Exhibit C. Fundamentally, and in contravention to 5B1I, the objectors contest that Perez should be considered a landscape gardener or similar person, as the commercial vehicles that Perez is utilizing advertise services that are well beyond that which is contemplated by a landscape gardener. So that's the picture of the truck at the end, and therefore involve more intense use of the Perez property than would otherwise be anticipated for strictly landscape gardener purposes. See Exhibit D, photograph of Perez truck. Turning to Section 5B1II, it has become apparent that the home occupation is at best the second use of Perez property at this juncture. Based on Mr. Vogel's observations, he lives right next door, Mr. Perez and his family have not been residing at the Perez property for several months, rendering its current use entirely commercial. Pursuant to Section 5B1I and then III, the objectors assert that the intense and unlawful use of the Perez property, if blessed by this board by way of this application, would only further intensify and further detract from the value of their abutting properties as a result. As a final death knell to the application, Section 5B1I and then 4, Roman numerals, and 5 are not satisfied here, as Perez has habitually stored various materials at the Perez property and in such manner that its commercial use is obvious and not in conformance with residential character. For all these reasons, the objector respectfully requests that the application be denied on these grounds without further inquiry, which would allow the zoning enforcement officer to take the necessary steps to enforce the bylaws and the long-enduring and ongoing zoning violations occurring at Perez property. At a minimum, if the board is inclined to consider the application whatsoever, the objectors respectfully request that a site visit be conducted by the board before any favorable action is taken by the board to ascertain the truth of the Perez property, of the use of the Perez property. So just quickly, Exhibit 1 is your
Our decision from 2
your
years ago.
decision. So if you look at condition number 1, maximum of 2 commercial vehicles allowed to be parked on the premises. Oftentimes, there is more than 2 vehicles. Maximum commercial weight is limited to 2 tons per vehicle. That truck in that picture, and I'm not a truck expert, that truck in that picture is more than a 2-ton truck. It's a 6-wheel truck pulling a pretty large trailer. You don't pull that with a 2-ton truck. Condition 3, there shall be no more than 2 trailers. I can't really speak to that because I can't see over the fence that he placed between our properties, and you'll see about that in the pictures. Condition 4, all vehicles shall be registered. Again, I can't speak to that because I can't see over the fence to see if the vehicles are registered. I do not trespass on Mr. Perez's property. That's not really my thing. But number 5, the operation of landscape business on site is prohibited. So, I mean, the building inspector, I didn't say it, right? Stephen Vogt didn't say it. Nobody said it. The building inspector, right, the zoning enforcement officer said that there's a landscape business going on at this property. And believe me, it's been going on since 2018 when they moved in. So this is 6 years of this. So the operation of landscape business on site is prohibited absent a grant of additional zoning relief. For clarity, the board expressly does not authorize the operation of a landscaping business with this decision. So just ignored you guys, right? I can understand somebody could say, I'm ignorant of the zoning bylaws. They're complicated. There's a lot of stuff that, maybe doesn't make a lot of sense. That's pretty easy to understand.
That's why it was put in there.
I understand that, but it was completely ignored. No storage of materials for purposes of commercial landscaping shall be kept on site. I didn't say that. Mr. Vogt didn't say that. No one else said that except for the zoning enforcement officer. He said that. I mean, I may have said it, but he's the person who we listen to on these zoning violations. And then finally, the property shall be recorded, the decision recorded. It was never recorded. Now, I understand, he's right, there was a lawsuit, but the lawsuit's been settled, and I understand it's just an administrative process. But again, it's pretty easy just to read the stuff and do what it says, right? Okay. So, the other thing in the exhibits, the violation notice, okay? The violation notice was issued on July 22nd, 2024.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't say 2024 on the copy I have. Do you have one that does?
No, it doesn't. You'd have to ask Mr. Crowley, but believe me, it was issued in 2024. Because it was issued as a complaint that I made, so I know exactly what happens. So you can talk to Mr. Crowley about that.
I will, thanks.
All right? So he issues it on July 22nd, and he says you have 14 days either basically to clean up the property or to file with this board. The application was put in on, so that would have been, 14 days would have been August 5th. The application was put in on October 8th. So again, just simply ignoring everybody who asks about this, who makes a requirement of Perez. He was subject to fines of $300 a day. So if you multiply that out, I think it's 63 days. So it's about $18,900 that, should the building inspector or should the zoning enforcement officer choose to, he could probably put those fines against Mr. Perez. And then I just want to get into what you started to. Well, so the other thing is about parking either the vehicles or the trailers. So if you consider the trailers our equipment, in Walpole, it's dimensional requirements, so section 6.8, setback and side yard for other uses. In all districts, no open storage or display of goods, products, materials, or equipment. No gasoline pump, ATM, vending machine, or other commercial device or any structure of any type except as hereinafter provided shall be located nearer to the line of any street or nearer the side or rear lines of its lot than the minimum setback requirements for a building on the same portion of the same lot. I mean, the exemptions are, a lawful sign, a flag, a mailbox, stuff like that. So those vehicles, and I'm going to give you a aerial view. So all of those vehicles are parked right up against the lot line between my property and Mr. Perez's property.
So on that, and you can provide the aerials, but what this is talking about is structures, in fact, or any structure. It's not talking about vehicles because it doesn't say Say vehicles.
Okay, but it says equipment. So those trailers are either registered vehicles, right? Or they're equipment. They have to be something. So if you think that, if you say, okay, John, you're wrong, they're registered vehicles. Okay. If we go to section, this is section 8 under the parking, 7, location of spaces. Off-street parking areas not in existence at the time of the adoption of this subsection. Now, prior to Mr. Perez, there was this guy there and his wife, he had a couple cars. They parked them in their driveway, right? Prior to so there was no parking or anything, near my lot line, which are located in a residential district, whether herein required or voluntarily provided, containing 5 or more parking spaces, shall be placed at least 20 feet from all street and lot lines. So if they're vehicles, he's got 2 trailers, he's got 2 trucks, and he has a car. He has 5 vehicles. They have to be 20 feet from the lot line. If it's equipment, those trailers have to be 15 feet from the lot line. Right? Okay. And then, so the crux to the whole thing, though, is, as Patrick started to read to you, is the table of uses. Right? So if you read it, right, and you read the first part, Patrick read the first part, and I agree, a landscape gardener is allowed, right? But it's allowed with conditions. You have to meet those 5 conditions. So the 5 conditions, it's pretty easy. Such use is clearly secondary to the use of the premises for dwelling purposes. So right now, according to Mr. Vogt, they're not living there. So they're running a business where there's no residents in the house. So whether that's permanent or temporary, you can't do that, right? You can't run a business and not have the complementary residential use. So that's 1. 3, such use will not have material adverse effect on the value of the land and buildings in the neighborhood. So I think you might hear from a couple of other neighbors about that. Certainly, it has negatively impacted my property. And I know the attorney says, well, Gloucester lives 800 feet away. It's my property. He abuts my property. It's not a right-of-way. It's not an easement. It's my property. He's on one side of the stone wall. I'm on the other side. I don't go on his side of the stone wall. He shouldn't be coming onto my side. And then 5, which is the crux to this thing, this is a condition that you would have to give him if you're going to allow him to run the landscape gardener business. 5, there is no outside display of goods or products, storage of materials or equipment, or any other outward evidence that the premises is being utilized for any purpose other than residential. So even to store 1 cubic yard of mulch is not allowed. It's simply not allowed by the town's zoning. So, I'm sorry, getting a little dry.
You said you had some aerial photos?
I have another handout, if you don't mind. And again, I have 10 of these, Mr. Chairman, so if I may. So, Mr. Chairman, so photo 1, so it's an aerial photo. Fisher Street's on the top of the photo. Number 278, I labeled on the photo. And then I labeled my driveway. You can kind of see my driveway as it goes past this piece of property. This was taken prior to Perez owning the property. So you can see how the backyard looked. The backyard was a lawn. There's a circular driveway that goes around this building. Now, I am very familiar with this property because I did the sewer connection plan for this property when this property kind of went belly up and a bank or someone hired me to, draw a plan to connect this property to sewer. So I've been on this property prior to Mr. Perez owning it and have done, surveying out here, so I'm very familiar with it. So there's a circular driveway goes around, and there was a little bit of, if you're looking at it from Fisher Street, there was a little bit of an area on the right side where, that's where he parked his, 2 cars. It's nowhere near, it's probably 30 feet or so from the stone wall that divides the 2 properties. So if you go to photo 2, that's how it looks now, or at least how it looked on spring of 2023, and I would say if you can get a more current aerial photo, you would even see more alteration. So you can see, again, number 278, you can see my driveway, and now you can see all of these cars, trailers, whatever, parked up in that corner, and then there's some other stuff in the back here, I'm not really sure what that is, and then across on the other side, I'm not really sure what that is. But the biggest concern is these trucks and trailers that are backed up right to the lot line between my house and his house. So if you look at 3, and the reason I put in 3 is 2 reasons, okay? You can see the wall and how the grade of the ground on the other side of the wall, it's like a typical New England stone wall. Sticks up out of the grounds, 1.5 feet, 2 feet. The grade on both sides is there's 2 feet of wall showing. The other part of this is, as you can see, Mr. Perez put a fence between his house and this stone wall it's either 5 feet or 6 feet. There's no problem with that, it meets zoning, but now he turns and goes along the property line and you can see how the fence jumps up. So he put the fence on top of the stone wall. So from my side, right, so you can't have a fence more than, I believe it's 5 feet, unless it's within the setback, but he's now against the lot line. So from my side, if you measure that fence, it's about 8 feet high. From his side, he might say, well, it's only 5 feet high. But of course, he's measuring it from the top of the wall. You'll see why in a second. So photo 4. So what photo 4 shows? So now I'm standing on my driveway taking a picture towards his property. And you can see that what he's done is he's filled the property up to the top of the stone wall. And you can see there's some sort of apparatus product, whatever it is, you can see it under the fence. So if you stood here on my property and measured that wall, and measured the wall plus that fence, that's like 8 feet high. So that's what I get to look at now every day. Instead of looking at number 1 with a nice stone wall, I'm looking at this. And then 5 is showing the same thing, how the fill, and not only did he place it, fill it up to the top of the wall, it also spills over onto my property. So now the wall is buried. It's under dirt. All right, and now 6. So what's happening here, and I know some of them we made them from a scan, so they didn't come out the best. But 6, if you can see what's happening here is, so he's filled it up behind the wall, right? So some of you may know, right, I'm an engineer. And if you think about this, even people who, maybe you got some college kids, or you got some kids, they need cars, so kids get a couple of cars, you bring them home, there's nowhere to park on the driveway, they start parking on the grass. All of a sudden you realize that where they park, the wheels, the tires, no grass grows. Why does no grass grow there? Because the soil gets compacted. When the soil gets compacted, rain can't get into the soil, nutrients can't get into the soil, so the grass dies. So you get these 2 lines, where your son or daughter or whatever is parking the car every night. So that's what's happening here. He's back there with construction equipment, trailers. He had a Bobcat for a while. I haven't seen that for a while. That must be in Westford. Trucks that are, fairly large and heavy, and they compact the soil. Compact the soil, what happens? It runs off. So where is it running off? You can see the little rivulets, right? Coming down on, this is my driveway, coming down onto my driveway. On 7, you can see the eroded soil running out into my driveway from his property. This is standing like Fisher Street to your back, looking down my driveway. You can see lots of eroded soil going out into my driveway. This never happened before because the grade of the ground before Mr. Perez lived there was below the top of the stone wall. Now it's at the top of the stone wall. So number 8, so this is what it's done to my driveway. It's created this huge gully along the edge of my driveway. And then number 9, same thing. It's carving out the asphalt from my driveway. And then 10, so what 10 is, so he's put a light on a tree. So in a residential district, you can't have a freestanding light more than 15 feet high. This is probably 20 feet high, if not higher. But I will say this, okay? This light in here, that's from my headlights, okay? So the light is not as bright as maybe this shows, but it's still a violation of the zoning bylaw. You can't put a light, a freestanding light, in a residential zone taller than 15 feet. And I will find that section of the bylaw if you would want me to, but I imagine I've bored you enough.
We know that. We know that section.
Okay, so I guess not to beat a dead horse, but my point is, it's just complete. It's, just completely ignoring what this board said, what the building inspector asked, and just completely ignoring the zoning bylaw as it is written. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I actually have a couple of questions for you. In the letter from your attorney, it refers to a significant number of trucks. This is on page 3 or 4, towards the top. Can you be more specific than just a significant number of trucks?
I think Steve can be more significant. I leave my house at 5:30 every morning, and I come back usually about 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily cross paths with these trucks.
So the reason I ask is because the zoning board was very specific on the number of commercial trucks on the property. So I wanted to...
There's more than, you can see in the aerial photo, there's more than 2 trucks there more often than not.
Okay. Okay.
I can say that. As far as the exact number, I can't tell you the exact number, but oftentimes when I leave in the morning, when it was light in the morning, I would see more than 2 trucks in that yard.
The other question from Connor and Hilliard's letter, and I'll ask the applicant's attorney. It states in the letter that, based on Mr. Volk's observation, Mr. Perez and his family have not been residing at the Perez property for several months. And I'll ask the applicant's attorney.
Yes, they live, they are currently living.
Okay, just come to the microphone, please.
In speaking with my clients, they affirm that they are living at the premises.
Okay, have they been living there consistently?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right, anything else, Mr. Chairman? All set.
Do other board members have questions?
This is your picture?
Did you take that, Steve, that picture of the back of the truck? of the trailer? Yeah, so that's another,
One of the most common truck and trailer you see, though? Is that?
that truck's always there.
Okay.
That truck's always coming and going.
But this truck and this trailer fits the requirement that we told them. You can have 2
No.
trucks and 2 trailers. So I guess I'm wondering, is there a picture that depicts more than that?
No, understood. The reason for that picture, okay, and I should have explained that, is because if you read the zoning, it allows a landscape gardener.
Right.
If you look at the advertisement of the truck, those are uses that are not landscape gardeners. And the application says this is for a landscape gardener. So, right?
Yeah.
It's not for, right, the application.
I guess I'm referring to the conditions that we set on our previous, on the previous application. We didn't specify the uses as much as the commercial vehicles and commercial.
Right, but the application specifies as the uses as a landscape garden. So this is saying, right, landscape and masonry. So masonry is somebody who has, lots of bricks and rocks and stuff like that. Is that what we're going to be seeing piled in the yard now? Retaining walls, somebody who builds retaining walls, so we're going to see big granite blocks, that sort of stuff. Excavation, so what's the next piece of equipment? There's going to be an excavator and snow removal. So these are not, A, they're not in the zoning bylaw, and B, they're not in the application.
Right.
So that was the purpose of this, to show that there are either other uses going on, which I believe is 100% true, or there, there's other, or that the uses that they intend to carry out don't match their application.
Okay.
So similar to what they did before, get a permit to park a second truck and then run a landscaping business. Get a permit to run a landscaping business or a landscaping gardener, and then, their track record is not stellar, to put it mildly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? For me, that's enough.
Okay.
That's enough of John.
For now. Is there anybody from the audience that would like to speak on this? Yep.
There's not a lot I can add to that, except that I am
Would you just identify yourself for the record?
Stephen Volk. I live at 254 Fisher Street. I'm separated from Mr. Perez's house by just the width of Mr. Gloucester's driveway, which isn't even a public road. It's, I would say, 15 feet wide. So I can testify that rainwater wash is coming over that street right into my property. Right into my property. You've seen this picture. Walkways, patios, stone walls, retaining walls, excavation, snow removal. This means snowplows. This means sanding trucks. This means backhoes. This means piles of rocks, which is on the property right now. This means no one's living there except for 2 employees. I go by that house every day and every night. 2 employees. The idea that the idea that one of the tests is whether it's secondary to the use of the premises. It is the use of the premises. There's no singular, there's a singular use of that premises. This isn't someone living there and running a business. This is just a business. Now, if I had kids, little kids, I wouldn't want them playing around, first of all, polluted soil, heavy equipment going in and out of there. The idea that this is he's only had 2 vehicles in there is absurd. Is absurd. Winter's coming, he'll have the snow plows, he'll have the sanding trucks, and he'll have a dump truck. So I'm asking you, when you consider this, the word landscaping is a misnomer at best. Okay? At most, it's absolutely misleading. It's a construction company. And it goes 24/7, 365 days a year. I went, I'm just going to throw this in. On the way home today, I went by, what is Emerald Way? Emerald Way, do you know what that is?
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice cul-de-sac filled with
We're
million-dollar
talking-
mansions.
Let's stay focused on the property that we're talking about.
Okay, that's the problem. You would never see this on Emerald Way. You're seeing it on Fisher Street. Fisher Street, I'm sure you're all aware of what Fisher Street is. It's a throughway from 1A to 109. Nothing but construction vehicles going through there all the time. And that's why I'm comparing it to Emerald Way. We already have enough of that nonsense. And I'm asking you to consider that. I had to pay my taxes. And the taxes went up, and I was talking to the assessor, he goes, well, it's because the value of your property's increased. Well, that's ironic, because I went down and talked to the zoning board, and he said this is gonna happen. So how does that help the value of my property? Do I get an abatement, tax abatement? What you're doing right now is writing Mr. Perez a blank check, and you're saying, well, I know you won't do it, but we're gonna just take your word for it. You know his word isn't any good. I'll be blunt, because I've heard too much legalese all night. I'll be blunt. You know his word is no good. You know he has no regard for you, his neighbors, the environmental laws that haven't even been discussed here. And I'm asking you to consider that.
Yep,
When you make your decision.
We're considering everything
I can't
that's
go,
presented.
I mean, Mr. Gloucester was comprehensive. I can't add to that. Everything he said is true. I'm telling you, I'm an eyewitness. You don't have to hear this from a third person. There are more than 2 vehicles in there. You can't run a construction company with 2 vehicles. It's just common sense. And no one would want to live around that nonsense, which is what's happening. It's being used as an office building. I don't even know what it is. All right, I'm gonna, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jim Rizek of 282 Fisher Street, directly right beside him. Commercial vehicles, if there was more than 2, I'd know it. These guys got it out for him, something fierce, and I'm sick of it. I've wasted more time in these places and Dedham Courthouse than you can imagine. He's a scumbag, okay?
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna leave right now because you know why? I have a temper. Okay, and it's coming out, and I don't want it to come out. But for some reason, he's got it out for him.
Okay.
That's smart.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, my name's Charles Payne. I live at 278 Fisher Street, directly across the street from the Prez. They do not have more vehicles there than what they are saying. I live across the street. I didn't even know he had 2 dump trucks in the yard because I don't see them. He has a trailer that I see, not much of it, because he has have fences up to protect everything around his house. And I don't have any problem with anything that they have done there. They do not make commotion. They don't store all kinds of stuff on his property. He does not have any kind of vehicles, backhoes, loaders, excavators. He does not have any of that. At one time, he had a small bobcat in the yard, but that was taken out of there. And right now, as it stands, I don't see a problem with him being able to keep a couple of trucks or trailers there. He's not working out of his house. He does not store anything there. He doesn't have block, brick, bluestone, crushed stone, 3/4 stone. He does not have any of that on his property. And I just feel like he's being taken advantage of by the neighbors that they do not want him there. And as far as I'm concerned, I have no problem with him. Either did him, either does Jim that was back there, he had to leave. He lives right next to me. None of us have a problem with him. I don't understand what all this commotion is about for him to be able to just keep a couple of small trucks, and they're not big trucks. It's a 6-wheel dump truck, which is about the smallest size you can get. And he doesn't have a lot of equipment there. So that's just what I'm saying, what I see, what I know. During the winter, as far as plowing, he did not have a sander in his yard. He had one truck with a plow, which I didn't even see over there because he was out making a living doing his plowing. He brings the truck back home when he's done with it. It's there overnight. It's gone the next day. It's gone all day. He doesn't make any commotion or any problems for anybody around him. They're very nice people. I respect him. He's he's a hard worker. He would do anything for you if you ask him to. And that's just about what I wanted to bring up to you, so you'll understand that he is not what they make him out to be. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, you talked about the trucks on the property. We've already dealt with that issue. He's allowed to have two trucks on the property.
Exactly.
The question before us tonight is, should he be allowed to have a special permit for running a landscape business on the property?
I don't think that would be a problem. I mean, he's been doing landscaping since he moved in, and we have no problems with them. We have no problems at all. And he doesn't have all kinds of vehicles, construction stuff, or anything like that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. King, can I just say something about this kind gentleman? You just verified, right, that he's been doing landscaping since he moved in, right? That's what you just said. Okay, okay.
Can I just reiterate myself?
No, no, Steve.
Okay, anybody else?
Okay, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. That's fine.
Anybody else have anything?
And I want to just show you how our fence looks like and how he lived far away of his our fence. And he lived right down, but very, very far away.
Oh, yeah, yep.
And I feel intimidated for his wife because every day she's like every day she's looking at my house, so I feel so bad about his wife.
And if I just may add one final thing, I won't belabor the point. The fence has been talked about, this runoff issue has been talked about. It has nothing to do with the issues that we're here about. It had nothing to do with the parking of the vehicles. It has nothing to do with the operation of this business. It has to do with Mr. Glosson not liking the site of the fence and the height of the fence. And if I just may read an email from his attorney that was sent to Ms. Rivera following the trial, I think it would give the board an understanding of why this action is being taken, because there was an indication that it was for motives other than preventing this landscaping business from taking place. But the email was written, I had a chance to speak with Mr. Gloss after the trial today. We both expressed that it was not our intent to make this process drawn out. Unfortunately, no matter how the judge rules on this case, the new violation notice is going to continue to be an issue that will need to be resolved. As I've offered to you and Heriberto on every chance that I've had, we are still willing to withdraw our objection to the special permit and the existing violation notice if you're willing to move the existing fence back 15 feet, participating in selected planting, greenery, and other areas before the fence between the two properties. You'd be happy to participate in the process, selecting the foliage as well. Providing additional screening and a proper buffer and to reduce the draining related to impact of the height of the fence atop the stone wall remains Mr. Gloss's primary goal. His primary goal is about the height of the fence that he doesn't appreciate. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about the operation of the business and the supposed violations Mr. Gloss acknowledged a few things tonight. He said he can't even see in the property. He can't see the property. He hasn't looked over at the property, yet he was the one who reported an apparent violation. The violation notice doesn't indicate what's being stored on the property or what is exactly in violation of this board's order. But again, it referenced you can come and obtain a variance, or in this case, a special permit, as a means of remedying any potential violation that there is. So that's what we did in response to that violation notice. I know there was discussion about the timing of it, but I believe Perez's took immediate action. They needed to get a site plan. Took a little bit of time to get the application in, but action was taken immediately upon receiving that. And again, there's photos, there's all this evidence being presented with nothing about these supposed violations, about all these vehicles, all this equipment that is supposedly in violation of this order, all the storage that's supposedly in violation of this order. Again, a simple allowance of this petition would remedy any of those potential violations, which haven't even really been shown to what extent there is a violation. So again, we would ask that this be approved, and there can be plenty of conditions placed on there. If there's a suggestion that the masonry work or other aspects wouldn't be in line with the bylaws, well, and clearly he is operating landscape business. So the storage can specifically be limited to anything with a landscaping business. If there's other masonry work that's done incidental, that's totally off-site. That is not stored there. So again, simple condition that the storage be limited to the landscaping business, that would meet any of those concerns relating to other construction work purportedly being done by Mr. Perez.
Okay.
Okay. 2 seconds.
Yep.
So the attorney is 100% correct on one item, even though he's off the mark a little bit, and 100% incorrect on the other item. So the first item is, obviously, it's right there in an email. I offered to the Perez's, if they move actually I wanted them to take down the fence, or they could put a lower fence, but move it 15 feet back from the lot line and landscape in between. That goes to the fact that in a residential zone, in any zone, you cannot have storage of equipment, materials, anything. It's right in the zoning within the side setback. The side setback for him is 15 feet. So he was parking his trailers, you allowed it, the commercial vehicles, you allowed it, but he's parking them up against the lot line. That's not allowed under the zoning. So to move that, move that along, we said, look, just move everything 15 feet back, that now you meet zoning. And not by saying I would help out or whatever the words were. I meant, I'd help out plant a few trees in there with him, right? Let's be neighborly, plant some stuff, right? Pines, rhododendrons, whatever. Now, I'm not driving by, you're not seeing this fence on top of a stone wall. I'm seeing vegetation, right? But the other thing that's not correct, and maybe you misunderstood what I was saying.
Everything through the chair.
I can see through the fence, and I told them that under oath. As I'm driving by, drive down my driveway anytime you want. You can see through the fence. It's not that hard. So wherever that came from, that's not true. I can see. It's not like a picket fence, but the pickets have dried up, so there's enough space. It's pretty easy to see through the fence. Thank you.
Could I, aside from the argument, could I just get a clarification as to what exactly he's going to be allowed to put in there? Because this is just vague. I can't get a handle on exactly what he's going to be, the blank check you're going to write for him.
First off, nobody said we're going to write a blank check. And he's here asking for a permit to have a landscape business at the property. We haven't decided whether we would allow that, and if we did allow it, how we would condition it, meaning, as his attorney said, put restrictions on, a certain square footage of piles or this or that. So we haven't even reached that point. But he's not nobody gets a blank check.
I just want to kind of reiterate the portion of the table of use, what is, where this is applicable. Yeah, so obviously it goes over a portion of the dwelling for, a use for, a beautician, dressmaker, yada, yada. The part that's applicable is, or as a place for incidental work or storage in connection with an off-premise trade by a resident builder, carpenter, electrician, painter, plumber, or other artisan, or by a resident tree surgeon, landscape gardener, or a similar person provided that, and then it goes over the 5 criteria. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the board can condition it however they want. Those 5 criteria need to be met, but I think it's important to kind of distinguish that this isn't a landscaping yard. It's supposed to be an incidental work related to an off-site or off-premises.
Okay. I'm sorry, but just when you do, just keep in mind, it's a construction company, so there will be vehicles attendant to that. It won't be just landscaping vehicles, okay? So that's why I'm vague and I'm up in the air as to what exactly is being allowed here. Okay.
Okay, Judy.
Would the building inspector be able to provide us, I'm going to say he went to see the site before he issued the violation. Am I assuming correctly that he did that?
Yes.
Okay, would his report have a little more information other than the letter from the 22nd of July?
So I'm not sure what that's going to provide us, but we could ask for it.
I think that would be
if
a
you
good
wanted to
idea.
continue. For me, it comes down to the big question about being detrimental to the neighborhood. And that's part of the, we can't approve it if it's detrimental to the neighborhood. And it's just the fact that we're here and we've been talking about this for over an hour shows that there's some concerns that it is detrimental to the neighborhood. Even if not everybody agrees that it is, but at least I've seen signs that there's concerns with that, so. How do other board members feel?
I mean, I guess I have some empathy for the resident that if it is in fact a brother or somebody who has another truck and that makes it 3 trucks and not 2, like, I guess I just wonder why we didn't just come in and ask for a revision of the condition, but that's neither here nor there. I think that there's obviously some concerns from the abutters, and but I don't see anything here that, these pictures, that doesn't really do it for me. I think, if I saw a picture with 10 trailers and 10 trucks, I'd say they're running a business out of there. Otherwise, it's kind of hearsay. But, in an old driveway that looks kind of beat up and weathered, we've had a lot of rain, a lot of things are washed out, and again, I don't think that that's caused by a business being run here. So I guess, but at the end of the day, I don't think it fits the character of the neighborhood, and I don't, I'm not going to be in favor of passing to allow for this special permit, currently as it stands.
Judy?
I agree with Drew. I mean, if you look at the criteria for special permit, character of the neighborhood is typically number 1 for me. Things change. And I think the attorney just was at the podium and stated, yes, they are operating a landscaping business. So you did say that. I wrote it down. You just said it.
If I can clarify, of course they are running a landscaping business. Of course they are.
Okay, so you are asking for a permit, special permit, to allow them to run a landscaping business that they're already running. That's all I'm going to say.
No. You're taking my words out of context. I'm not suggesting that they are already operating the landscaping business from their home. But of course they are running a landscaping business. They have an office in Norwood. They have a shop in Westford where they get their materials. I'm not sure why it would even be a question as to whether they were already running a landscaping business or not. I didn't think that was some, like, secret that they were running a landscaping business. Of course they are. We're asking here today that they be allowed to operate it from their home for incidental purposes, to allow whether it be needed repairs for the lawnmowers or something along those lines. That's what we're asking, not suggesting that they're already operating a business full-fledged from their home, or that even that this special permit would allow them to operate it fully from their home. They have an office in Norwood.
Okay, but we are talking about 278 Fisher Street, sir, and you clearly said they are operating a landscaping business. And I'm going to
You can stay out of that.
I'm going to stay out of that.
My name is Heriberto Perez. And the reason for the permit is I don't want too many complaints from him, but it's too many complaints. The reason is that's why I'm applying for the permit, and we want that, but we take the decision and that's it. But if I go on his property, take like picture like this, I think it's no good. But that's why I want to know we get the permit, and we don't have no materials, and not too many trucks. I respect that you guys say to me, and we don't have material. When I have extra material in spring, we use mulch, and I have extra. I with my neighbor say, oh, do you want mulch? And I go dump and they spray in his home. But we don't want accumulation material, but we don't have space to accumulation. But we don't like lie. And the fence they don't open like this, no 1 inch. If he go like this, he see in. But if he go like what, he don't see the inside.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you. How about the side over here, Dave?
I'm gonna agree with Drew. I'm not in favor of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels to me as if this is a solution that's kind of overkill for the actual problem, which is that there's a dispute on what's happening on the property line. And the way that this side is suggesting is just give us kind of this extra space to do whatever we want then, and then you can't call the building inspector on us as much. I think the core root issue is you need to solve the dispute, not get more freedom to do what you want with the property. I think the decision that was made 2 years ago is absolutely fine for what I hear the use cases today. And I don't think we need any more permissions to do more things with that property when we're actually trying to solve for a dispute.
Okay. Okay. You already said, Shane?
I wanted to add one more thing. Yeah, I think there was a special permit given a while ago already to allow this to have the trucks and right. And I agree with what he said about empathizing with the business owner. I mean, for sure, right? But this is, the attorney said, we're asking for another exception to avoid further complaints and being out of compliance. And that seems a little bit too far when you've already been given special permission to operate in a residential zone in a way that's kind of non-residential, right? And I think it's important to protect the zoning.
But I'll also note that it's not as if we have pictures before, and first off, I agree with everything you're saying. We don't have pictures showing that there's 7 trucks parked out there.
Right.
So I'm of the opinion, sort of as I think you said, this is a dispute, and if we were to grant relief that was detrimental to the neighborhood, that's not solving the problem here. So, okay. Tim, anything on this?
I was on the vote that allowed for the 2 trucks, and at the time, I thought we were very clear that, yeah, we're going to give you the permission to have the 2 trucks, the 2 trailers, but in no way do we want a business to be, a landscaping business to be on this site. And now they're coming back and
they want to run a landscaping on this site, so, I mean, we kind of went over this 2 years ago, is my opinion.
Okay, as the applicant's attorney, do you want to continue this hearing, or do you want to close it, or do you think there's anything else you want to provide for information? Yeah.
I'm inferring that my clients, we're going to withdraw the petition at this time.
Okay, I think, as you understand the advantage for doing that, so. Okay. Okay, so we will vote on that to allow you to withdraw without prejudice. Is that what you're asking for? Okay. Okay. So, at this time, does somebody want to make a motion to allow the applicant for case number 2420 to withdraw without prejudice?
So moved.
Moved by Judy.
Second.
Second by Drew. Voting on this will be the regular members. All those actually, Lauren, do we have to close the case? Or do we just?
Yeah, I mean,
you should
just
close
for
it first.
procedural purposes, you can close and vote to withdraw.
So-
I withdraw.
Yeah, okay, Judy withdraws. Do you withdraw your
Yeah,
second?
withdraw.
Okay. Okay, do you want to close the case?
Yes.
Okay. At the request of the applicant, will somebody make a motion to close the case?
So moved.
Moved by Judy.
Second.
Second by Drew. Okay. All those in favor of closing the case, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Okay. So now we'll, at the request of the applicant, will somebody make a motion to allow the applicant to withdraw without prejudice?
So moved.
Moved by Judy.
Second.
Second by Drew. Any further discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of allowing the applicant to withdraw without prejudice, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to take like a 5-minute break. We've been at this for 3 hours now, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
So don't go anywhere.
Well worth it.
Okay, yeah, well worth it. So, let's, this is for case number 23-3 and 23-12. This was a special permit for a existing two-family that you are going to review.
John Walsh. I currently own a two-family over on Washington Street, and I hold two special permits to someday demolish the building and build some individual condos there. I'm sorry, attached condos. Right now, I have renters in there, and there's kids in the school system. I don't necessarily want to start right now. And the reason I'm here kind of so far in advance is to get the ball rolling, because when you do a demolition and you know, you're asking people to leave a home, it's a long process. So it could take up to 6 months, and then permit. I mean, nothing happens quickly. So I'm here to ask for a 1-year extension, and hopefully my tenants can live there a little bit longer. I know one of them's been there for, I think, over 20 years, and the other, I believe, has kids in the school system, so, yeah, just a quick request that we extend for a year.
Okay. And you've been in communication with the tenants on this, so they know this is going on, or?
I haven't, no. In the event that, you know, my request is denied, I'd have to tell them it's coming to an end. But they did know when I initially purchased the property what the intent was.
Okay, okay. So we had this discussion at one of our last meetings, and the question is, what are you looking for an extension of time from today's date, or?
From the date of expiration of the special permit.
Okay. And Patrick and I have gone back and forth on that as far as can we do that, and how is that done? And I think we're comfortable that we can extend it from the.
Yeah, so it'd be the date of which the decision was finalized. So it's June 16th of 2023. So I guess you'd be going to June 16th of 2026.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it expires this June.
Okay.
June of 25, thank you.
It expires June of 25, and so we would extend it until.
2 years.
For 1 year, what?
Sorry, Judy was.
Yeah.
1 year?
So it's a 2-year,
Yeah,
the initial decision permit's 2 years.
Yeah.
So we're going to extend it
1 year.
1
year.
1 year, right, extended for 1 year.
Yeah.
Beyond, so. Do any board members, do you guys remember this discussion we had, and we were just trying to figure out procedurally how to do it, and so we have an explanation of what you're trying to do, and it seems reasonable. If you came in the month before, that's usually what we're used to, but you're being proactive on this, so. Does anybody have any concerns about this? Okay.
1 year.
What's that?
1 year.
Okay. So does somebody want to make a motion to extend the special permits for case number 23-3 and 23-12 until June 16th, 2026? Okay, moved by Mark, second by Dave. Any further discussion on that?
I
Judy?
just have a question. You haven't told your tenants that they're going to need to leave?
I initially did. They know that the idea was to purchase the property to knock it down and build a development someday. I just haven't spoke with them recently.
Okay. So you should do that if this goes through, so that they can make plans.
That's why I'm here so
Okay.
early.
Okay, so the motion's been made, seconded. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of extending until June 16th, 2026, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for moving me around.
Okay. Mr. Petrosi, good evening.
Not used to being here with an almost empty room. Thank you.
Okay. This is case number 24-11, Wall Street Development Corporation, 9 Pinnacle Drive, special permit under section 6C4A of the Walpole zoning bylaws for the more than one principal building dwelling on a lot, as well as a variance under section 6B1 of the Walpole zoning bylaws for rear yard setback. So,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The variance request was withdrawn as part of the amended application process.
To that, I think, because the last time we met, we were supposed to meet on October 2nd, and was going to be officially kind of withdrawn then, but we
Oh,
didn't,
okay,
so we
so-
had to continue, so I guess for the record, it should be withdrawn now.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, there was an original request for a variance from the rear yard setback requirement, but that, we filed an amended application, and the variance request has been withdrawn because we have additional property that we've added to the application in the form of the pond.
okay, so,
Maybe we should recap a little bit because it's been a while since we've been here.
so, but we didn't vote on that.
We didn't vote on, so the last time we met was August,
Right.
really, on this, and that was that whole discussion where the applicant was in, I had brought up that he had a purchase and sale with the property. I think it's essentially the pond property. And so, because he was buying that, he would no longer need a variance for a rear yard setback. And so, along with that, is that the applicant would refile, or I guess amend his application, and that's why we re-advertised to only go forward with what is, I guess, 6C4A, and not the variance under the table of use for a rear yard setback. So, because he now has a purchase and sale and a written letter or confirmation from the trustee of the pond to that purchase and sale, in effect, if that goes forward and the project gets approved, that the applicant will now have ownership of that pond property, and therefore, he really only needs the special permit and not the variance.
Okay. So, all that being said,
Yeah.
do we need to vote to terminate the variance
I would
request?
vote to withdraw the variance request, just to have it done on the record. If it,
Yeah, I think, yeah, you can vote to withdraw it. We'd request it.
Yeah,
But we did re-advertise this whole process, but we just didn't get a chance to meet the last time because there weren't enough members going to be attending the meeting, right? So,
that's correct.
but we did file and we re-advertised the amended application for the 2 special permits that are currently the part of the proceedings now. So it's just that the variance request is no longer part of it.
Okay, so, does somebody want to make a motion to allow the applicant to withdraw the variance under, that was requested under 6B1?
So moved.
Yeah.
That's good.
Are we closing that case 24/11 first? Yeah.
No, the case is still open, you're just withdrawing the request for the variance.
You're
So-
talking
sorry.
about, yeah, this is just on the 48, I just,
Yeah, no, I.
the 48
apologize.
case, okay, yep. Okay, so we're going to just, so it's been made, who seconded?
I moved it. I don't think anyone seconded.
Okay, second by Mark. And this is just to remove the variance because it's not necessary anymore.
Correct.
Okay, all those in favor of removing the variance that was originally requested, please say aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay. So, Mr. Petrosi, we haven't been at this for a while, but we've got 2 cases on one piece of property. We've got the 40A case that we're talking about right now, and the 40B case. And
So, if I can, due to the lateness of time, I'm going to request that we continue the hearing on the 40B project for 30 days.
so, why?
Oh, you want to go forward? I'm happy to go forward.
So the problem is that we've got two cases on the same property, one with the 40B and one with the 40A.
Yeah,
And we're talking about the 40A right now.
correct.
And with the 40B, it's, out there. We talked about this last time. Why do we have this before us?
Well, it was filed first, number one. Number two is if you recall, the town filed for a safe harbor, which delayed the proceedings. Then we had COVID, and so the reason why that application is still out there is because of the various proceedings that have precluded us from proceeding to a hearing. During that interim period, I have been meeting with the neighbors, and we've come to, I think, a conceptual arrangement with the neighbors that they'd like to see if we can do a conventional special permit application development on the site. And that's why you have the 40A application. So I've made a commitment to the neighborhood that I would proceed with this process for the 40A special permit and would continue the process for the 40B, subject to the board's cooperation.
What do you mean cooperation?
Well, the board has to grant these continuances on a regular, as the process goes forward. And then, once this project is fully permitted, then we would make a decision either to withdraw that 40B application or to proceed with it if this becomes not developable. So it's, I think town council expressed that there was no problem in proceeding in that manner. So I'm trying to just fulfill the promise that I made to the neighborhood relative to this piece of land in this particular neighborhood, to see if the town and the board is agreeable to allowing this type of development for detached single families, which is more in character with the neighborhood than a 40-unit 40B project.
So the 40 unit is not before us. It's a 28 unit.
Well, 28. So, I've read the information, and that could be part of what we would do while we continue the hearing. I really haven't, I don't know, not quite sure of how accurate that memorandum is, and so I need to have our attorney check into it with Mass Housing.
So at this point, the question is, what case do you want to go forward with?
Well, tonight, we're going to go forward with this.
Okay, and you're going to do with the 40B?
We're going to continue that.
No, we're not going to have two cases out there.
Why?
Because it's not good for the
Well,
process.
we're going to go forward with both, then. You can't force me to withdraw one.
No, I can't force you to withdraw one,
So
but
if
what
you
I can say is, you got to tell us which one are we going forward with. It's either the 40A or the 40B.
No, we're not going to do that. I'm perfectly within my rights to carry forward on two applications. It's done, listen, they've done it at the planning board level. They've done it at the zoning board level. I can give you examples. I mean, Bristol Square, for example, they still have a pending subdivision application, even though they have a special permit for a age-qualified housing development. So I'm not going to get pushed by the board to do one thing that I'm not interested in doing.
Because that's what I'm asking, and I've talked to town council, I talked to town council today about, saying, which case are we going to go forward with? Because we don't want to have two cases out there for one piece of property, so.
Well, if I had my choice, if you're going to force me into that, we'll go forward with the 40B and we'll eliminate the special permit.
Okay, so that's fine. We can do that.
But I'm not agreeing to withdraw it. If you want to deny it,
Yep.
you deny it.
So,
And I'll file my litigation accordingly.
okay. So you don't want to go with one case, you want to have both cases out there?
Simultaneously, yes.
So I talked to town council today, and they said that it is appropriate that we move forward with one case on this. Pat, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we brought this up with town council too, and I think from the standpoint, we agree that it seems kind of puts the board in a weird position where you're looking at two projects at the same time, or you have the 40B case, which may, all intents and purposes, just want to be continued. It's an odd position to have that hanging over you and having to continuously continue that and be, looking at one project with the, I won't say threat, but that other project hanging out there as something that's still there. And I think that's a position of where you're asking the applicant tonight is like, what do we actually want to go forward with and talk about?
And what you just said that you want to go.
Quite frankly, this is an unfair position to put me in at the night of the hearing. We had our town council ventured an opinion at the last meeting that said it was perfectly normal, perfectly legal for us to proceed in this manner. Now, somewhere along the line, you have this verbal conversation that says, we changed our mind and we're going to force Petrosi to make a decision. Well, it's not going to happen that way.
Okay. Well, what's going to happen is, what we have before us two cases, and we've opened the 40A hearing right now. And the question is, do you want to proceed with the 40A hearing, put an end, withdraw the 40B hearing?
Listen, under no circumstances are we withdrawing the 40B application.
Okay.
Okay?
So
if you want to force me into a decision, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to decide to withdraw one application versus the other.
Okay.
It's just not going to happen. And may I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Who are the members that are voting on this that have participated in all the hearings?
Do you have that?
It would be, for the 40B case, we only did it twice. For the 40A case, I believe it's, not you, obviously, but everyone but Dave. I believe that's.
Tim should be on it. He hasn't missed anything.
Who has been on it? Is Dave?
I'd like a clear record of who attended, who are the voting members on this.
Okay, I mean.
On here right now.
So, do we have, who's voting on, who can vote on the 40A case?
It opened June. In June, July, and August. Actually, I'm sorry. I think it's July. Let me just check the website.
Excuse me, while they're doing that, do you have a written legal opinion from town council, or is this just
No.
a conversation that you folks
It's
had?
from a conversation.
Okay. Well, I'd prefer to get something in writing from town council.
I'm actually quite comfortable with this. We had a conversation today and said having two cases moving forward is not appropriate, and
So you don't have a legal opinion, you just had a conversation between.
had a very clear
between
conversation.
two grown-ups, and you decided that, we're gonna strike one of these applications.
Yes. Well, we're not going to strike
I just
it.
want to get it on the record, just so I,
You're going to strike one of them.
excuse me?
You already said you're going to strike one of them.
I would, but I'm not doing it now,
Okay, well,
not under these circumstances.
so at this point,
I don't believe you, in other words, I don't believe you have the 5 members who have attended all of the meetings to vote on either one of the applications.
For the 40B, definitely, because we really
What's
haven't.
that?
The 40B, definitely, we haven't taken any testimony. We have one testimony once when it opened, but we're just confirming on the 40A. And by definitely, I mean these 5, not Shane.
I wasn't here August 7th.
I know, let me double check. Let me check the minutes.
I just didn't send the session ones.
Mr. Chairman, why don't we just continue this until the next meeting? I'll come back on the, we get this, I'm not making any decisions. I'll bring my attorney and
Okay.
let him have, town council have a
Everyone
conversation.
was here on the 7th.
It's not right, and it's not an efficient use of the town's time.
That's not the
to run-
procedure. That's
to
not
run-
the law. That's not the law. You
run
can't make
two
up the law.
cases.
You can't make the rules up as you go
Town
along.
council said,
I don't-
they advised, saying that it's not appropriate.
Put it in writing.
Okay.
So we have something to appeal.
And I know we've talked about this, and this is obviously the board's discussion, and this is something that I've brought up as something to look into in terms of the stay of hearing as another alternative to give the board.
But it's still out there, and it's still,
Yeah.
it's still an application for the same piece of property, and, you know, I think that it's not right that we have 2 cases on the same piece of property, and one is, you know, that's what we opened. We opened the 40B, the 40A tonight, and my question is, which one are we going forward with?
Well, we're going forward with the hearing that's open. The other hearing isn't open yet.
The 40B?
We have 2 hearings advertised for tonight.
Right.
You just opened one of them.
Okay.
You want to proceed on to this one?
Yeah, well, no, I want to know which one we're proceeding under.
We have one hearing that's open.
Okay,
That's the hearing that's open.
okay. And we also have another hearing that's running at the same time.
No, it's
So-
not. It's the separate hearing, separate advertisement.
Right, but
So-
it's on the agenda for tonight.
The whole crux of this is that 40B case is open. The board is under concern of, are we just continuing this thing to continue it, or are we now going to be taking testimony on 2 different projects at the same time? And I think the idea of taking testimony on 2 different projects at the same time seems to be a lot of where that issue would be, is how do you review 2 different projects at the same time?
Right.
And I think that's the main tipping point.
But that's not what the law is. You're making up your own rules as you go along.
Well, the law is one thing, I'm saying from the
Yeah, I know,
board's
that's right. The
review
law is one thing, and that's what we go by, the law, not by conversations that you have in the hallway.
So is the board going to be reviewing 2 projects at the same time, or just continuing one project?
I
and
could come
reviewing
in I could come in for another project on this same site simultaneously with this. There's nothing to stop me from filing applications. You don't have the discretion to say, pick one, or we're not going forward. You don't have that discretion. If you can prove to me that you have that discretion, or you have that authority to deny me the right to file an application and to hold a public hearing, fine, I'd like to see it.
You've done that. You've filed an application, we've had a public hearing, and what we're saying is, we're not going to have 2 public hearings on one piece of property. So my question is, and what we have right now is the 40A, we opened it tonight, and I said, what are we going to continue with?
I asked you, I told you I would continue the hearing for the 40B to another meeting. But you're asking me to withdraw an application, which is something significantly different. That is not going to happen. We're not withdrawing either one of these applications. It's the board's responsibility to rule on each application as each hearing progresses.
Okay. So one of the options that we have would be to, with the 40A application, the one that's right before us, is to deny that and then focus on the 40B application, which we could do.
Your call, I don't really care, it's the neighborhood would care.
Okay.
So you want to go against your practice of going against the neighborhood, fine, I don't really care. I did this as an accommodation.
It's not against the neighborhood, it's, which case are we going to deal with? And the case that we'll deal with is the 40B.
Mr. Chairman, you don't have this authority in your rules and regulations. You don't have it in the statute. You don't have it in anything other than a conversation that you had with your town council, who, at the previous meeting, indicated and stated on the record that it was okay. So you're trying to sort of play this game, which I'm not going to play. So do what you want. If you deny me, there'll be litigation,
Drew,
and we'll just do
what do you think?
I'd be in agreement that I think it doesn't seem consistent with comprehensive permit regulations, I guess. I don't know. I feel like we're holding on to one permit and using that in some sort of leverage in the other. And I think you're toying with the neighborhood, and you're certainly wasting the board's time.
Wasting the board's time is not in the law. It's not in the regulations.
I understand. I'm just explaining my opinion.
Yeah, I understand.
Patrick?
What was that?
What's your take on it?
Oh, I mean, you know, the applicant is right in the sense that we had that conversation with town council last time, and, you know, from the standpoint of pursuing two projects at the same time or applying for it, we understand that he's able to do that. That's not, you know, a dispute. I think the dispute and the understanding from the board is, yeah, we can look, or the board could look at these two projects, but, you know, how do you switch? You're going to have to switch gears and now look at the 40B. Are we looking at that at the same time, or is that just out there? And I understand the applicant wanting to keep that out there. That's his right to want to hold that out there. It just puts the board in this position of looking at two projects at the same time. You know, and obviously, if you make a decision on one, does that mean the other one goes away, or is that project also out there? And it's a hard predicament, to be perfectly honest, and I think that's kind of the gist of the conversation, you know, when we had, you know, town council and just in general, is it's a unique situation to be put in to look at both at the same time. Even if one project may be better situated than the other, it's just, it's unique.
Okay. So, I think what we should do is say, you know, we've got the 40A case right before us, and, you know, if we're not going to proceed with that as the primary one, the only one that we're going to deal with, then why should we even keep it open? Because we can end that right now.
You don't, I'm the applicant. I make those decisions, not the board. It's up to me. It's my discretion whether or not I want to continue with an application or withdraw it. I choose not to withdraw either one.
Okay.
Okay?
So what we can do is we can deny your 40A application.
Listen, you're not going to hurt my feelings either way.
Okay.
Okay? I have a 40B project that's going to go somewhere. It's just not going to make a lot of people in the neighborhood happy, and you know, so do what you got to do. I don't really care.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay.
I mean.
Okay. So, you know, if you're not going to make it so that we can focus on one case, we can deny I can ask for a motion to deny the 40A application, and then we'll move forward with the 40B application.
So what have we been doing all this time then?
What have we been doing?
The board has continued this for, I don't know, quite a while without any objection. All of a sudden, now you have an objection?
We've had objections, and we've had conversations, and you already know that we talked to town council about it.
Town council already testified at the last meeting that he was okay with it.
Okay, and then he since has talked to me and said that...
Not on the record, though.
Well, no...
You guys had a conversation offline.
Yes.
Okay. It's interesting.
I would say the continuations that have happened, and we have this, you know, it's just on the record, the continuations were for the 40B project, under the understanding that the applicant was working on a smaller project under our existing zoning. That project has come forward. I believe it was at the last meeting we had where there was the indication that they would be still pursuing with the 40B project. And this is kind of where this whole conversation, you know, there was the understanding that the 40A project was coming forward. That's why the board continued it and extended, because the applicant was working with the neighborhood. I guess it's just the understanding of, all right, if the 40B project is still out there, is it just going to be out there, you know, as a means of continuing it, or now are we going to be looking and reviewing it at the same time. And I think, again, that's where the concern is. Are you going to be reviewing two projects at the same time rather than just making a decision on one? And if the applicant is continuing because he's holding on to his rights, that's one thing. It's the idea of reviewing two at the same time, where
You're not making any sense.
reviewing two at the same time or just continuing one. Are you continuing one for the sake of
You're
continuing?
clearly not making any sense.
That makes
So-
perfect sense, but, all
So,
right.
we have an application for a
loophole.
special permit.
Loophole that needs
The
closed.
the criteria is in your bylaw. All you have to do is make a decision. Am I eligible for a special permit under the 40A? Is that special permit approved by the board or not? It's a pretty simple answer. If you're not, then the decision can be made. If you're not interested in granting a special permit for this application, just tell me now, and we'll go to the 40B.
Well, say though,
So
at least
that's
from
the
special
question.
permit
I think we-
standpoint, the special permit has its own criteria, and I know we've reviewed it and looked at different qualifications, whereas the 40B is a comprehensive permit, you're looking at the whole site. So, board obviously makes its own decision how they want to go, but when it comes to the smaller project, there are other stopgaps when it comes into committee review. I mean, it would be the planning board for site plan, it'd be conservation commission for notice of intent or anything of that nature. So that's the one, I guess, difference between the review process for one project as opposed to the review process for the other. It's obviously much more scaled down when it comes to the special permit than it is for the 40B.
But we can't control those other boards either.
No, but that's why they exist. They have their own
So,
rules.
just, let me try to put the board at some ease here. So, under the special permit that we've applied for, it's basically, the criteria is not engineering related or site related. It's primarily, does it fit into the neighborhood? Is it in the character of the neighborhood? Is it going to be producing any noise or vibration? All these criteria that are listed. As Patrick just said, there are.
Safety, we have to look at the whole safety aspect of it.
Understood, but the level of scrutiny, let's call it, or review, like, I'll give you, the Brook Union Square was a perfect example. We went through such a tremendous review at the zoning board level when we went to the planning board for site plan review. They really had nothing to review. Basically, it was all reviewed, approved, and all I'm suggesting is that the way the process is established here in Walpole is you have the zoning board, which grants the special permit. Then you have the design parameters, which are conservation and planning board related. You could solve this problem very easily by saying, okay, we approve the special permit subject to review by the planning board and review by the Conservation Commission. I'd be happy with that. So,
Okay.
so then the other side of the coin is if you're not interested in granting this special permit, I don't want to waste the board's time, as you guys seem to think that I'm wasting the board's time. If the consensus on the board, 4 out of 5 people are not interested in granting this special permit, just tell me now, and I won't waste anybody else's time. I won't waste my money. We'll focus on the 40B, and we'll go forward with the 40B. I'm only doing this as an accommodation. You're making it like I'm the one who's wasting the board's time. It's not that way. I'm doing this because I made a promise.
You've got two cases. That's making it difficult to review two cases at the same time.
So what we've suggested, what we've done in the past, is we've continued the 40B while the 40A is pending. If that's acceptable to the board, we can continue with that process. If it's not, then I don't really have an answer that can satisfy you.
Okay. Does anybody see an advantage for keeping the 40B open? Okay.
Well,
So,
it's not an advantage. I mean, I'm going to keep it open. It's filed.
okay. Then what we can do is, the case that we've just opened is the 40A, and we can close that tonight and deny it. And then
I'm
you can
not-
focus on the 40B.
You do whatever you want to do. It's just, it's unfortunate if you do that. I think the neighbors would be very disappointed that you did it.
Okay? So, okay. Board members, thoughts on that?
Do we have any neighbors that we can hear from? Anybody made it to?
Why don't you come up?
So, maybe if we could just understand it, right? Because there is a 40B on file. You know, for better or worse, that's done, right? Approved 40B. The
No,
historical- what's that?
it's not approved.
Approved 40B?
It's filed. It's filed. And
He
we,
has an eligibility letter that's been approved
right,
by Mass.
Okay.
right. But we haven't had any hearings on it. We haven't looked at any.
Through the ZBA, fair.
Any of
You
the
guys
things.
just introduce yourself too.
Yeah, Dave Corbett, 7 Pinnacle Drive.
Dennis Moran, 19 Pinnacle.
So maybe I'm just trying to understand the process. Understood there's two going on. Understood the 40B was first. While we worked with Lou on a potential 40A, something better. Now think we've got something better. So now I understand which one do we move forward with. It does seem inefficient to be reviewing both, open one, close one, open one, close one. But what would be the next steps, or what's the benefit to potentially closing the 40A, going forward with the 40B, which is not as beneficial for the neighborhood, and going through that process? Maybe if you can explain that.
So the advantage is that it just allows the zoning board to look at one case, which is the 40B, and not have a question of what case is this influencing, what case is that influencing. It's just one case before us. And we don't want to close the 40B, because if we did that, it'd go probably in for appeal if we denied that. But the 40A, we can say we want to have just, what's the case that we're moving forward with on this?
Right, but if you do that, then to Lou's point, the only people who lose are the neighbors who've been working with him on the 40A. So is there a reason that the 40B can't be continued in perpetuity until the 40A comes to a decision point of either it's going to be approved or it's not?
Okay. Because that's hanging out there as, the same piece of property with a parallel development on it. We want to just focus on one and say, which one is it? Pat? that's-
Yeah, I mean, John, you made a good point. I also think the neighbors bring up their own valid concerns if this is something that they've also thought about as well. So it's really the board's call on this, and I think we agree that the idea of going forward of two and reviewing two at the same time seems chaotic. If one is continued throughout with the intention that you're only looking and reviewing one at the same time, that's a call the board has to make. But if that's something what the neighbors are talking about, I mean, that's an option. I think that goes back to kind of what town council mentioned in regards to, can he look at two at the same time? Technically, he can. It's the board's preference of how the board is supposed to review this. If you're only going to review the 40A and that other one is out there, because let's be honest, the applicant, he's not going to withdraw it. We understand that he's not going to withdraw that. He loses his interest, he loses his rights in that project. But if he continues it with the intention of just, working on the 40A, I mean, that's really what we've been waiting for. But it's a tough call, and I agree. The idea of reviewing two at the same time just seems kind of, all right, we're going to have a hearing where we're looking at a 16-unit project, then we're going to all of a sudden start talking about a 20-unit project, 28-unit project at the same hearing. Yeah, it might be his right, he might be able to do it, but it seems kind of chaotic to review it that way. But if one is continued, that project throughout, I mean, it's the board's call if the applicant is willing to do that, but it's a tough call. It's exactly what we talked about before. It's an unusual situation.
I mean, generally, the 40A goes first. If that gets denied, the 40B gets filed. That's generally how this works, right?
But yeah, so
Because of how long this has been dragged out, he's compressed those two things.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
I've been doing this for 40 years, that's not how it works.
I guess in its simplest form, he's got 3 different drawings over there. So we've got 30-unit townhouse plan or a 16 single-family house plan. Again, he's got the 40B on file, maybe not approved, but it's on file, and I think we know how those ultimately turn out. So we've got those 2 options in front of us. I don't know, I don't want to call it a threat, I've heard that word. I'm just saying that's what's in front of us, and that's what we're looking at. So trying to do something that's best for the neighborhood. And there's a lot more to it.
Totally
There's
get
a
it.
lot of history here for sure, so can't really speak to that. I'm just looking at the boards that he's got. And, yeah, something's happening, so.
Okay. So, you know, how do you feel? I mean, as neighbors, I understand that you'd rather see the 40A application, but we also have the fact that he seems to be wanting to run 2 parallel courses, and that's something that the zoning board's not in favor of.
A definite on it? Do you plan to open both 40A and 40B at the same time?
Listen, don't ask me that question. These folks are playing a game to force me into a decision which I'm not going to do.
I think the only decision. I think the only decision anyone. No, hold on.
We have 2 applications. We've offered, and again, as these folks will testify, I'm only here because I promised them I would try to do it with the board. And I said, and I'll say it to you folks, whatever gets approved first, that's the one I'll build. Now, if you want to try to force me into a choice, then I'm going to go with the one that I know I'm going to get approved, which is the 40B. Whether you approve it, deny it, or whatever, it's going to get approved at some point. So I'm just trying to I'm trying to keep a promise to these guys. If you don't want to allow me to do that under some framework that is acceptable to the board, it's your call. But you're not going to break my heart either way.
Okay.
All right? Just wasting my time.
So then I guess I would ask the board to find out from the applicant, does he plan to open both cases at the same time for each one of these meetings? Or will the 40B case be continued while the 40A is reviewed?
Yeah, so.
Because that has a big impact on how we stand and the decision that you are ultimately going to make.
He wants to keep the 40B open, it appears, and he wants to have the 40, you know, the regular special permit that seems like you guys are more in favor of. But he wants to keep both of them open, and I'm
Well,
saying
both of
that.
them open, but presenting testimony on both at the same time is different. Because he
Yeah,
can come here.
well,
every
he's gotta-
week and
he's
say,
gonna
"I just
have
wanna
to."
continue, which is what he's been doing for the past 6 years for 40B.
Right.
Which I think we're saying is okay if we're hearing testimony on the 48 case.
Okay. So, other thoughts? Okay. So we can, if the board wants, we can, you know, just, we've already opened the 40A case with the special permit, and if we want, we can close that tonight and deny it, and then focus on the 40B. Town council has said that that is acceptable, and we can go forward with that, if that's what board members think we should do. So, thoughts, Mark? You're familiar with 40B, and
I mean, honestly, I would like to give this a chance to work out, to have the better project actually built, but I don't want to review 2 cases for the same property at the same time.
Okay.
So I don't know how we solve that, because it seems like the applicant is not willing to pick one right now. Or if he is, it's going to be the one we don't want.
Dave?
I mean, I see both sides, I do. I don't know.
Okay.
What, I mean, to continue the 40B, maybe continue, I don't know if you can do this, continue it 6 months out, whatever dates out, whatever's agreed, I don't know how procedurally that all works, kick it out far enough that we can just focus on reviewing a 48, but I don't know. I don't know how, and I'm not a legal expert, but I don't know how we, I mean, other than denying it, is all we could do, just to force it into one, but that feels a little weird to me.
To your point, I mean, if the board, this is what the board's already done for the past year, so if the applicant agreed, if you were to continue and grant an extension of time for 6 months out as a means of just working on this, the 40A project, that's permissible as long as the applicant agrees to that.
What's the statute if he withdraws the 40B, how long till he can refile that project? Because I'm sure that's the reason why he doesn't want to withdraw the 40B, because it's not like he can refile it tomorrow.
So so the 40B applications are regulated by the town's subsidized housing inventory and the fact whether or not you've achieved your 10% goal or whether or not you have achieved compliance with your housing production plan, which in some cases you folks have tried to do that. You've held me up in the past with a safe harbor ruling that delayed my 40B application for 2 years, plus COVID. So the 40B application is absolutely not going to get withdrawn under any circumstances.
So you got your 48.
Now, as I've discussed with Patrick in the past, and I've discussed it with the board in the past, you folks have known for many months that I've been working with the neighbors. You've got it in my letters. You've agreed to continuances. If Patrick is suggesting that I continue this out 6 months, let's say, and then in 3 months, the zoning board denies the special permit, then that means I've wasted another 3 months. So that's why we've been doing it incrementally, so that as the 40A application proceeds, we have a better understanding of where the board sits relative to granting the permit or not. So if the board has the information that's outlined in your rules or in your bylaw, and you're capable of making that decision yay or nay on a special permit, fine, then we're that much closer. But if you're saying, extend this out and then we'll let you know someday whether or not we're going to give you a special permit or not, that's not fair to us. So, again, this
It's not fair to us to continue two parallel courses.
You've been doing it for a year and a half right now. So now all of a sudden, you've wasted a lot of time. You haven't even had one hearing on the 40B application. How has it wasted your time?
Because we've kept it open and we've had.
But how has it
schedules
wasted
there.
the board's time? Tell me.
Because you haven't provided any information on the 40B, and you've said that's one of the requirements.
We just recently did, because the board intimated at the last meeting that they wanted to move this thing along, both of them. You folks made that, watch the videotape, talk to the town council. You folks decided that you wanted to bring this to a head, and now you're obviously bringing it to a head by forcing me into a decision that we're not prepared to make. So you've been doing this for a year and a half. We haven't wasted 1 minute of time, of the board's time.
Yes.
You've not wasted 1 minute of the board's time, other than your conversation with town council scheming how to get me out of the application process.
Okay.
So I really don't care. If you're not gonna entertain the 40A application, it's up to you. I'm gonna request a continuance on the 40B application for tonight.
Okay.
So, my observation here is, it seems like, as you open it up to the board, that there's a lot of mixed feelings about what to do here. This is based on a conversation, it sounds like you had with town council yesterday or last night. Today, right? It feels as though the board may not be totally informed of all the different ramifications of the decision that you may or may not make tonight, but we are. So we've invested a lot of time in working with Lou. So by closing it, a lot of our time's being wasted. So before you make that decision, Is there really any detriment to the board maybe going into an executive session or having a conversation, continuing this to the next one, and then coming back with an actual informed decision?
No, I think your point, and as neighbors, I value, how this would affect you, so I think we could do that if people want to get, a better explanation of what this would actually mean. Pat, Drew, what do you think? So
It's fine by me. I don't mind postponing a vote on it until people have more time to absorb it.
Yeah, I think for me, the threshold is when we start hearing evidence on 2 cases for the same property. At that point, I think we need to make a decision on one.
And to Mark's point, I think that's kind of, obviously I don't vote on this, but that's kind of my feeling too. And we talked about, I keep on throwing the word stay out there. I think that's only the idea of, all right, we get it, Lou's not going to withdraw. I mean, it makes sense. He's not going to relinquish that right. But at the same time, it's impractical for us to have the idea of looking at, from the board standpoint, impractical of like opening one case, taking testimony, then opening the other case, taking testimony. If one case is either continued or stayed or in some position where the board is able to make a decision on one, and that other case is not going to be lingering over the board's head to also review, that might be a better option, because then that's at least, we're not going to go down this litigation route. We're just going to make a decision on one and not have the idea of having to review the other one at the same time.
Well,
okay. So what we can do is we have the 40A case open, and does somebody want to make a motion to close the 40A hearing tonight? And it's okay if you don't want to. So, hearing that nobody wants to close it, and wants more time, I think we can have town council advise us, and I'd actually feel better if I had it in writing from town council.
Me too.
So explaining why that makes sense. So, okay. You can see our concerns, Mr. Petrosi.
I can't. This is not a difficult thing. I've got 2 projects pending in other towns that they don't have the same kind of problem that you folks seem to be having. What do you, just out of curiosity, if you were to deny my 48, what are the reasons for denial? What are you gonna think of, like, something that I didn't submit information, or it doesn't,
No,
think it through. Think it through, really, because there's.
Okay. So
I don't want to have to go to court and win on an appeal.
we're going to get a opinion from town council, but just so board members know that, I did have a conference with town council on this, trying to figure out what's fair to the board, what's fair to the town, also what's fair to the neighbors as far as proceeding, because proceeding with 2 cases is not conducive.
May I ask two questions? One is, I'm not quite sure I have 5 members in this hearing, number one. We'd like to find that out, who are voting on this hearing. And if we don't have 5, and we're going to proceed with...
With 4. You can proceed with 4.
I know, but I need 4 out of 5 on a special permit, and I don't feel comfortable knowing what I know right now, that I'm going to get a unanimous out of 4. So chances are we'd have to re-advertise to get the 5th member into the group. Okay? So
Lauren?
When will we know that? Who's
For our next
eligible?
meeting on the 18th, will you have a list of who's eligible on the 48
We can make
case?
that information known.
What's that?
We can find that information out as soon as we get back to our computer. I would say the fact that we had to technically re-advertise for the last meeting, all 5 members are probably eligible, but we'll just confirm that for
I'm
sure.
definitely sure that they're not.
Okay.
Because
From
Bob
August.
was on these hearings.
Not in August, was he? Was August Bob's last meeting?
Yeah, he left in September.
So I don't want to make it more complicated than you've already made it, but we need to find that out.
Okay, we'll find that out.
And do you want to continue this until the 18th?
Does that work for people? We've got,
We need an extension of time as well.
Okay, so we need an extension of
Sure,
time?
why not? Till when? The 19th?
No, December 31st.
Well, you think you need that much time if you're gonna deny me?
Mr. Petrosi, we don't want to deny you. We want to have one case moving forward.
Okay, well, send me the paperwork.
December 31st.
December 31st, yeah, we'll play for a little bit longer.
So, does somebody want to make a motion to continue this? Sorry, Pat.
Sorry, just for the fact that we have two case numbers with it, we want to confirm that this is for both case numbers 2411 and 2413.
Yes, both. Right. Again, that's part of the confusion that makes this difficult. So, does somebody want to make a motion to continue this case until November 18th, 7 PM here at Town Hall, and an extension of time until December 31st?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dave, second by Drew. Okay. All those in favor of continuing, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, so carried. Okay, so let's talk about the 40B case that we have out there, and that is case number 2211, the comprehensive permit pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40B. This is for a 28-unit homeownership, non-age-restricted condominium townhouses. When do you want to continue that until, Mr. Petrosi?
Well, we'll continue that along the same terms. I want to know what you folks are going to decide on the 18th,
Okay,
and then we'll make a decision on how to proceed after that.
okay. So we'll continue that until the 18th, and, I'm sorry, I need to do that as a vote. Does somebody want to make a motion to continue case number 2211 until November 18th, 7 PM here at Town Hall, and extension of time until December 31st?
The extension of time is past that, so
What?
we don't need an extension.
We don't need an extension.
What's the extension of time on that?
January 28th.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Drew. Second by Dave. Any further discussion on continuing that case? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstained, so carried. And we lumped in the 248 cases, right?
That was
So-
the first vote.
Yes.
Yes.
That was in the previous. vote.
11 and 13.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so that was done. Okay.
Maybe you, at the next meeting, you can get me up first instead of last.
Yep. And I'll see about town council.
Especially if we're going to go in this direction. I don't feel like waiting until the end of the night.
Okay.
Find out what you guys are going to do.
Okay. We have some minutes, but I'd rather do those at our next.
The one other thing we have as board business is the endorsement of the Union Square Village 20-unit plan.
Is that down here, or is it
It's
upstairs?
underneath all my stuff.
Upstairs?
No, right here. Right
Okay, okay. So for the endorsement, we need to sign?
Just need to sign, doesn't need to be, do it after your,
Okay.
after your close.
Before should we do that in public session? Yes.
It's up, yeah, sure, yeah. I only need to have it signed.
How many copies do we have to sign?
Two. Just the, I have a Mylar copy, which should be fine.
We're going to just keep this open.
Almost got in there. Fudge.
WWD would be taking on this. What would Bob do? That's what I told him when I saw him at the polls yesterday. He said, Bob, I sit there and I say, WWD, what would Bob do?
Come and collect.
Shane, you got a good first meeting, man.
Yeah.
Haven't seen 11:20 yet. I don't think I'm
Yeah, this is a good one. I always miss like the shorties and then I go for like the big long ones. Serves you right. Not playing.
No, we signed, actually, you guys signed for Union Square.
Chandler Ave.
No, endorsement of Union Square, isn't that?
That's him. No, I don't sign that.
Union
John, I
Square.
don't sign that.
No.
No,
Oh,
no,
that
that's
was-
no, no.
What's Union Square?
That's
Burns.
That's Burns.
Oh, all right.
Burns, Brook, Union Square.
All right.
You can get rid of that.
We're still on TV.
Okay, thank you. Once you sign the Mylars, yep.
I would prefer
Patrick, me?
if you ever need.
You know, we only need four, it's
I
fine.
agree, just
Okay.
something, no big deal,
Yeah.
just let me know. Yeah, and if you want, my live-in is, or we do recycling.
He already
you can
nixed the
check it in
minutes.
there.
Oh, you did, all right. Is that it? Adjourn?
No. Yeah, I mean, once everybody signs that, then we can adjourn, I guess.
Unless you want to.
No more business.
Okay.
We're gonna do the minutes next time.
Oh, that's great. Oh.
Look at the TV.
John, everything.
Everybody signed?
Yeah, all signed.
Okay. This has been a very long meeting.
Thank you.
But, let's see, everything's set.
Everything is done except minutes, which we can do at the next.
We'll do those at the next meeting. Okay, does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Judy. Second by Drew. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, good night, everybody.